members of the research community in Finland. We are kickstarting the Circular Economy Roundtable in partnership with the University of Eastern Finland. We're glad to welcome our diaspora collaborator, Professor Petty Pasane, who is here in our midst. Can we please warmly welcome him to Lagos? Thank you very much, sir. Just in is the representative of the Vice Chancellor, University of First Choice and the Nation's Pride, our own DVC, Professor Bola Obo. You're welcome, ma. Come to the high table. Prof. Ma. The lead researcher on the Circular Economy Roundtable is no other but Professor Mike Adebamowo. Thank you, sir. We also have on board the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, Professor Modupe Omiri. Here present, we have heads of departments, deans of faculties, senior members of the research community. In the circular economy space, waste management and recycling space, we have stakeholders across industry who are here present. The Waste Management Association, the Lagos Recycling Association, and the Recyclers Association of Nigeria, ably represented. You are all warmly welcome to the University of First Choice and the Nation's Pride as we kickstart this event this morning. We'll start with opening formalities by our own very head of Department of Building, Professor John Ame, with opening prayer, sir.
Our Father, we thank you for making this occasion happen. Thank you for bringing our delegates from far and near. Thank you for what we are here to do. Lord, we are committing this program onto your hands, and we pray that everything will work out well in the name of Jesus. Thank you for answered prayers. In Jesus' name we pray.
Thank you very much, Prof. We appreciate you. We'll move straight on to the welcome address by the PI for the lead researcher in Lagos, Professor Mike Adebamowo. He's also the executive director of the University of Lagos Business School. Professor.
Morning, everyone. The Vice Chancellor of University of Lagos, University of First Choice and Nation's Pride, our own Professor Folashade Ogunshola, FASON, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics and Research, Professor Bola Obo. You are welcome, ma'am. We have Professor Petty from University of Eastern Finland, the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, Professor Bola Obo, all the other Professor Modupe Omiri. So I'm not rechristening my team. Okay. All right. And all the professors in the house, the HOD, Department of Building, Professor Ame, all the other professors in the house, and all the stakeholders, you are all welcome to this Circular Economy Roundtable. I want to thank God for today. We all know that with the global circularity gap that is over 91% from 100 billion tons of raw materials, extracted annually from the earth, according to the World, Economic Forum report. It reports that Nigeria generates over 32 million tons of waste per year, including about 200,000 tons of plastic waste. When we look at that with the combination of the circularity gap and the huge waste generation results, all this results in economic fragility of development nations, and a focused and intentional approach towards circular economy, which triggers, the creation of value chain for economic growth, will promote resilient ecosystem in Nigeria. Not only that, it is worthy to note that economic emissions, GHG emissions rather, from waste sector in Lagos has been projected to grow significantly as a result of the growing population, of the residents, and the residents' rising consumption too. And despite this projected growth in waste production, Lagos aims to significantly reduce emissions. We find out that the Loma share of waste production in Lagos, consists of about 45% of food waste, 15% of plastic waste, 10% of paper, putrescible materials about 8%, fine grade about 8%, metals about 5%, textiles about 4%, from their records. When we put all this together with the effects to tackle climate change, pollution, biodiversity, and change in Lagos can be, reinforced with these scaling circular practices. Therefore, Lagos is confronted, significantly with waste challenges on a daily basis. And we see the adverse effect of this every now and then, especially in clogged, drainages, in canals, in our waterways, because waste are not, properly, managed. And we know the collateral effects and damages, this will have, to the structures, to environments, and especially the fact that Lagos, surrounded by the lagoon and the creeks, and this put together to mix compounds, the problem. So the Circular Economy Roundtable, therefore, is focused on identifying and bringing together relevant stakeholders from the public, private, and international organizations to drive this Lagos circular economy waste management agenda with a view of achieving some of these objectives. One, to identify drivers and barriers to circular economy in Lagos, to be able to assess the social economic impact of circular economy in Lagos, to drive policy dialogue that would integrate circular economy into eco-social resilience for Lagos, to also evaluate technology for circular economy in Lagos and attract foreign direct investment to Lagos in order to enhance economic growth while brainstorming income generating enablers from waste management and circular economy practice. And also to understand the value chain of waste and recyclable materials in Lagos and assess the impact of circular economy on livelihood of Lagosians. And it is to this extent that this Circular Economic Roundtable, which is a Finland-Lagos recycling culture, research and development project, as we can rightly see, is a platform which provides for Lagos to leverage the Finnish models and expertise to strengthen the recycling practices in Lagos and Nigeria. In other words, it's a platform for co-research, for co-development, for co-creation and innovation, co-development and co-venture. And in particular, is a capacity development for enhancing the teaming, population of the young adults to effectively imbibe in a recycling culture. So we want to appreciate the coming of Professor Petty, who is the principal investigator from University of Eastern Finland, principal investigator on this project, and Dr. Thomas Akintayo, who is the coordinator. And for this reason, he has been captured here for some months now, ensuring that everything goes on well. You are welcome, Dr. Thomas Akintayo. We together will be working, and from my own end too, as the principal investigator in for University of Lagos on this project, and Dr. John Inibong John, who now doubles as the moderator and almost everything. Let's appreciate her. Is the coordinator, on this project. And of course, we also have our team, comprising all disciplines, especially relevant disciplines, on this project. So on this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to warmly welcome you all to the University of Lagos. And as we collaborate and engage relevant stakeholders in our research endeavors to ensure successful delivery for both national and global solutions. We are glad to be part of this project, and as a result of the MOU, that I want to use this opportunity to actually appreciate the university management, for all the support that we have gotten from University of Management with the MOU between Unilag and University of Eastern Finland. And it's as a result of that we are seeing what we are, seeing today. And this will just be one of the many projects that we believe this MOU or this collaboration will be bringing to bear. So once again, I want to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Adebamowo, for the welcome speech. We are glad you have done justice to this. Please, can we give him a very resounding round of applause? At this time, we'd like to welcome the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, Professor Modupe Omiri, our mama. Prof, you're welcome. The Dean's address.
Thank you, Dr. John. Madam Vice Chancellor, represented by our Professor Bola Obu, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Research, our research collaborators from Finland, sitting before us, Professor Petty Pasanen of the University of Eastern Finland, our lead researcher who has just left the podium, all erudite speakers and panelists who are participating in this forum, eminent researchers of the circular economy from within the university, our invited guests from outside the university, all our participants that are online, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very great privilege for me to stand before you to welcome you to this wonderful event, which I'm sure will be very beneficial to us all. As the Dean of the Faculty of Environmental Sciences, I am particularly glad that this event is taking place, looking at something that is of crucial importance to us, both nationally and globally. I want to congratulate the proponents of the Finland-Lagos Recycling Culture Research and Development Project for organizing the roundtable, because we are looking at something, like I said earlier, of great importance. The world is reeling under the harrowing effects of unprecedented levels of environmental degradation. There are issues with depleting natural resources and extremely harmful effects of pollution due to the growing piles of waste material released indiscriminately into the environment on a daily basis. This roundtable discussion could not have come at a better time, because evidence of the terrible effects of climate change are all around us, and the implications of future generations impress it upon us that we must do something. And I'm glad that so many of us here are deeply interested and committed to doing something about this problem. The circular economy mimics nature in several ways. It ensures that materials are maximally used and thus reduce the dependence on new ones, while also reducing waste and increasing the life cycle of materials. Concentrated on redesigning, recycling, reducing, reusing, and recovering useful materials from the waste, repairing, and also renovating, the circular economy plays a huge role in ensuring that capital is not wasted, in ensuring that new employment is generated, in ensuring also that resources are maximally engaged in their productive capacity, so that we can benefit extremely well across different levels. The World Bank revealed in 2018 that the world generates 21.2 billion tons of municipal solid waste annually, out of which only 33% is managed to some rudimentary extent. The global figure is not static, because according to Alves 2023, by the year 2050, worldwide municipal solid waste generation would have increased approximately by 70% to 3.4 billion metric tons as a result of unrelenting urbanization, population and economic growth, as well as poor waste management habits of consumers. Despite industrialized waste management systems in the developed countries and the labor-intensive efforts of informal waste collectors and recyclers in developing countries, we find that more than 80% of waste still end up in dump sites, where they constitute serious health hazards and environmental hazards to us all. This is so even though the relevance and multidimensional benefits of the circular economy are fast gaining recognition everywhere. However, the circular economy transcends, the preoccupation we have with waste management. It encompasses preventive measures that are intertwined with design, construction, distribution, use, and all the manners of things we do in a framework that mimics nature and its capacity to rejuvenate itself and its characteristics. Perhaps there's no other area in which the circular economy plays a more beneficial role than in the built environment. Buildings contribute no less than 46% of energy consumption and about as much of carbon emission. A huge proportion of materials are wasted on construction sites due to the number of different causes. Construction is said to be responsible for up to 50% of climate change problems, with long-term effects, including air and water pollution. As far as construction waste is concerned, studies show that over 16% is in the form of concrete, 13.5% in the form of wood, 10% asbestos, compared to 32%, 26%, and 12% respectively in some other parts of the world. Oko and Emmanuel averred in 2013 that between 21 and 30% of the cost overruns that we witness in construction are due to materials waste. on construction sites. The importance of the circular economy in ensuring that materials thus wasted do not end up in landfill sites cannot be overemphasized. As our name implies, the Faculty of Environmental Sciences is deeply committed to research and actionable efforts to ensuring that the goals of environmental sustainability are achieved through the circular economy. Our departments of architecture, through the focus on sustainability, and also, our Department of Architecture concentrates on issues in design, and our Department of Building, Departments of Estate Management, all of them are concentrated on issues that will ensure that we make optimal use of materials and produce value in a way that is long-lasting and that is beneficial across board. We have had forays in the past into research on these issues, and I think I should mention some of you or some of them here so that we can understand why this thing is so critical to us. Our Professor Adebamowo here, who is our lead researcher, has done a lot of work on biomimicry. His research into sustainability in architectural design is still, speaking for us across board. Professor Olumide Olusoya in the Department of Architecture has also been researching extremely well into areas of ensuring that material wastage on sites are reduced and that cost is reduced through the use of materials that are sustainable. That's not all. In our Department of Estate Management, we undertook, under the sponsorship of the state government, research into how to manage non-biodegradable plastic waste in the environment about almost 10 years ago now. And all these things are adding value to the efforts to ensure that circularity produces what we expect so that we have a healthier and safer environment. In urban and regional planning, in quantity surveying, all our departments are critically involved in whatever is their own areas of expertise in ensuring that we increase the positive life cycle of materials, and we ensure that the environment is safer for us all. There's no doubt that deliberations of this August gathering on the circular economy will advance knowledge, highlight areas for fruitful research, collaborations, and assist policymakers to latch onto hitherto unexplored issues and a better understanding of which will boost good economic governance as well as sustainable urban development and management in our city, in our country, and ultimately across the world. So I want to welcome you to this program, and I know we are all looking forward to a very, very interesting time, and I believe that at the end of it all, we'll be glad that we came. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, very insightful speech and presentation on circular economy in Nigeria. At this point, I'd like to recognize eminent members of the university community here present. We have the head of department of social work in the house and a team of academics from social work. Kofma, you're welcome. We're glad to have you on ground. We have the past dean, Faculty of Engineering. They are also doing a lot of work in the research space. Professor Falade, Prof, you're welcome, sir. We're glad to have you on the seat. We have Mr. Kenny Odugbemi, a very senior member of the society, who is also very interested in circular economy. You're welcome, sir. We have the immediate past director of CWES, of SIPO, University of Lagos, Professor Otiwa, and a host of senior members of the community online. You're all welcome. We can feel your presence online, and we appreciate everyone who has hooked up online on this event. At this point, we'd like to invite the Vice Chancellor Professor Folashade Ogunshola, FASON, AB, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics and Research, an erudite scholar, Professor Bola Obo.
Good morning, dear colleagues. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, OON, FAS, I welcome you all to this Finland Lagos Recycling Culture Research and Development Project. I think this is their first and their foundation meeting. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you and also to welcome you on behalf of management. You can find that I'm the only one here. It's because we have visitors from the National Assembly presently in the university, and that is why other members of management cannot join you this morning. So you are all welcome. I know the protocols have been established, but I welcome Professor Patel from East Finland University. Welcome to our university. Our university is said to be the university of first choice and the nation's pride. We are the best university, not only in Nigeria, but I assure you in Africa. We also welcome Dr. Akitayo, who has been with us for some time. We welcome you and we thank you for all the work. Please have your seats. For all the work you have been doing to coordinate and to make sure this project takes off. Thank you very much. Well, as I said, we are the University of First Choice and the nation's pride. And it is with that we are planning and we are working assiduously to build a future-ready university. That is the mantra of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, who resumed work November 2022. And all that we have been doing is to make sure we prepare our students and our staff to be future-ready for the world ahead. In 2022, we began to interface with the University of East Finland to drive collaborative research, and the MOU was successfully signed in 2022. This MOU affords us the opportunity to conduct collaborative research where parties shall jointly seek opportunities to conduct scientific research, development, innovation, and enterprise in the selected activity sectors of the economy, as showcased today in the Circular Economy Roundtable. Further, the MOU affords shared consultancies and collaborative staff development programs, staff mobility and exchange programs, where parties shall share experiences and best practices on enhancing the quality of teaching and learning, as well as the learning environment, jointly conduct colloquiums, lectures, seminars, and industrial research fairs. It is against this backdrop that we are hosting this first Circular Economy Roundtable as part of the foundation for this project. And I will want to enjoin us that when we talk of the circular economy, it is highly multidisciplinary. So I will enjoy the Faculty of Environmental Sciences to make sure colleagues in social sciences, colleagues in engineering, colleagues in science, colleagues in the health are all involved in drawing this together. I can see from your program that you have quite a lot of sections. And when you look at the various topics you'll be discussing, whether the municipal waste, whether paper, whether plastic, whether agricultural, medical, technological waste, you find that you need to be able to get all the groups involved to be able to actually determine and know how this waste can be reused, can be recycled, and can be used for innovative products going forward. So I would enjoy you to make sure this is highly multidisciplinary so that the benefits of this collaboration can be adequately achieved. We also today are very grateful for the government policymakers who are in our midst, either physically or online, and also the industry players, and we welcome all of them to join us to be able to forge ahead as we manage the various wastes that we have in both Lagos and Finland. And I want to assure you that if we can tackle the waste issues in Lagos, it's going to be very easy to cascade, because Lagos, we still has a population in a very small space of over 20 million people. And what is generated on a daily basis, some states don't even generate it in Nigeria in a month or in a year. So once we can tackle Lagos, you know that we have tackled the problem of Nigeria. I wish you successful deliberations, and I hope you have enjoyable 2-day and fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give a very warm round of applause for our own Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academics and Research, Professor Bola Obo. At this point, we would like for you to say hello to the person beside you. You probably don't know what they do in research or in circular economy. There are some people in between seated around you. You really need to get to meet and know who they are. Say hello to someone, ask them what they do in the circular economy space, in the waste management space. While we would like to have the keynotes from Finland, getting ready, ask them what they do. How many tons of plastic have they recycled? How many tons of paper have they recycled? What do they recycle at home? What do you recycle as a researcher? Would like to invite in the next 2 minutes, Professor Juha Hämäläinen for his keynotes. He's joining us all the way from Finland. Professor Juha Hämäläinen. Sending it already. It's online.
Yes, I can go there.
Did I understand right that it's my turn to start now my presentation? Sorry, do you hear me?
I think you can start.
Okay.
The connections are
Yes,
ready.
No, it's Pertti's turn. Is it right?
Yes, it's me.
Okay, I stopped sharing.
Yes,
It was my
so you can-
misunderstanding, sorry.
We have a 2 screen here, and you are able to start. I don't know if you see us.
Yes, I can see you. I followed, but according to the program, my presentation should start 1:30. Okay, Pertti, please continue.
Okay.
They'll all be able to see. So while we have tested and found that Professor Juha is on ground and ready, and Mr. Jayola of Nigerian Economic Summit Group is also on ground and ready. Would like to take the goodwill message from the rector of the University of Eastern Finland. Over there, the vice chancellor is known as the rector, so it's a type of our vice chancellor from the University of Eastern Finland, but that message would be presented by Prof. Pertti Pasanen. Prof, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. On behalf of our rector of the university, Jukka Mönkkönen, I will read his message, and it goes so that good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to bring University of Eastern Finland's greetings to this Circular Economy Stakeholders Roundtable meeting organized with the framework of ongoing Finland's Lagos Recycling Culture Research Development Project. Environmental issues including waste and solid waste management, material efficiency and preventative actions against negative effects of climate change are important to us. One point of our university strategy is rooted in global challenges to which we seek solutions in our profile areas through interdisciplinary research and multidisciplinary education. On the other hand, UEF has long history and traditions of environmental research and education. Master program in environmental sciences started 50 years ago, just immediately after the university was established in 1973. Although in Finland, topics of discussions about environmental issues have varied from water and air pollution, the global issues like acid rain were the threat for environmental that was studied intensively at our university in 1980s and 1990s. Nowadays, a lot of studies are ongoing on global change, role of greenhouse gases formed in soil, health effects of global warming, and so on, in many institutions and World Circular Economy Forum, initiated by Finland. This forum in this year gathering was concluded in Helsinki a few months ago. Therefore, sustainable development issues are common worldwide, and UEF observes the principle of sustainable development and sustainable use of natural resources and its activities. Collaborations between institutions and countries are needed for fighting against environmental pollutants and global warming, among others. The ongoing international collaboration of FLR-CRDP is an example of our university's effort to participate and support other countries to development solutions and practices for circular economy. It is necessary that aims and actions for sustainable development are adopted by governments, the people, and business actors worldwide. The FLR-CRDP project initiates and discussions between Finnish and Lagos stakeholders aiming to further collaboration in circular economy issues. I wish a good deliberations in your meeting in the next 2 days and encourage you to make innovative openings for further fruitful research, innovation, and development collaborations very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Pertti. We appreciate this presentation. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. You're welcome to the University of Lagos. Very quickly, we'll move on to invite the panel presentation on circular economy and sustainable waste management, Sustainable Futures for Africa. I'm sorry, that's for tomorrow. Civic Education and Responsibilities of Citizens in Solid Waste Management. This presentation will be made by Professor Juha Hamalainen. While we also get Mr. Laoye Jayola, the CEO, NESG, who is going to be joining us virtually as well to make his presentation afterwards. At this point, we'd like to bring Professor Juha Hamalainen on board. Bring him on. Let's present. Thank you, sir. You can proceed with your presentation, sir.
Can you see my
We can see.
slide?
We can see your slides, sir.
Can you see the slide?
Yes.
Yes, good. Okay. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to give a presentation in this webinar. I am a professor emeritus of the field of social sciences at the University of Eastern Finland. In my presentation, I examine the role of citizens in the functioning solid waste management systems. I will pay attention particularly to the possibility of civic education to promote citizens' awareness of their responsibilities as an important part of the system. The concepts of civic education and citizenship education are often used synonymously, but sometimes a nuanced difference may be brought up, according to which the term civic education refers to educating good members of the local community, while the term citizenship education means the educating good citizen. In my presentation, I use the terms as synonyms. My main question is how to define the role of civic education in a circular economy system, specifically a recycling system, and more specifically in the system of solid waste management. I argue that citizens have a decisive role in the proper implementation of the idea of recycling and waste management, and also that civic education is an essential element in the system needed for awakening citizens' sense of duty and awareness of their responsibilities. Environmental education is a growing field in civic education, consisting a wide range of thematic areas. It is generally seen as an education that promotes environmental awareness of citizens or among citizens, with a strong future perspective as a necessary part of implementing the idea of sustainable development. It is common to see properly organized civic education as a necessary, if not sufficient, condition for sustainable development. We can talk about the waste management systems on a local, national, and transnational level. In general, all these perspectives are relevant, but it is important to recognize the interconnections between them. Each national system consists of multiple local systems, and correspondingly, national systems and strategies are connected to transnational networks, programs, and regulations. Every social system consists of subsystems. The essential subsystems of the solid waste management are legislation that creates a legal framework for the SMS systems, defining the statutory tasks of different entities, different parties. Public administrative organizations that implement and supervise statutory activities within the system. Research organizations that produce an understanding of the technical possibilities for the recovery and reuse of various materials, as well as for the treatment of substances hazardous to health. Business networks that form value chains related to the reuse of recycled material maintain the economic profitability of operations and create financially sustainable solutions. Industrial companies whose task is to properly sort industrial waste, either for resale or reuse of materials within the business networks. And then citizens whose task is to properly sort household waste, either for resale or reuse of materials. And institutions that promote general environmental awareness and, as a part of it, awareness of the idea of recycling, the recycling system, and the responsibilities of various parties in the implementation of recycling. The system of household waste collection and further processing can be described as a step-by-step process. Each stage appears in its own way as a critical event that is necessary for the overall functionality of the system. In practice, the process starts with households collecting and sorting their waste according to certain criteria that enable their appropriate further processing. Each subsystem has its own special features and functions in the overall system. there is a reason to see civic education for promoting citizens' engagement as part of the socio-cultural dimension of waste management. Socio-cultural dimension of waste management, which is also actually included in the title of our webinar. So it creates a mental foundation for the social cultural functionality of the entire system in terms of civic engagement. As far as civic engagement is concerned, civic education for promoting responsible citizenship with environmental knowledge and care for the environment is an integral part of a functioning circular economy and each waste management system. The desired behavior of citizens can be increased, actually, I would say, only by improving their general environmental awareness. Civic education that aims to promote citizens' environmental awareness consists of both moral and informational aspects. Two aspects, moral and informational. In terms of moral education, it is about awakening citizens' sense of responsibility and awareness of their obligations. And with respect to informational education, it is about conveying the information needed for collecting and sorting waste materials adequately. There are many examples. There are many examples in the world that the lack of a proper waste management system causes serious health risks connected with poverty and other social problems. Similarly, there are excellent examples of significant recent developments in waste management systems in many countries, including the appropriate socio-cultural foundation of responsible civic behavior. Then I turn to look at household responsibilities, just very shortly, a brief picture. Citizens aware of their roles and responsibilities is necessary for the purposeful collection of household waste, and they have been aptly called the grassroots managers within the waste management system. Grassroots managers. This is a concept used by Dr. Akintawa. Proper collection of household waste requires active participation of citizens in waste sorting. The primary duty of households is to collect and sort their own waste according to a pre-planned sorting system. Pre-planned sorting system. In practice, this means that a system has been created in society, or we can also speak about community, which enables appropriate sorting of various materials. In addition to mixed waste, the most common waste clusters of household are plastic, metal, glass, paper, cardboard, textiles, construction waste, and electronics. In addition, it is important to sort toxic waste and pharmaceutical products separately. Appropriate sorting of waste is a fundamental step in the waste collection process. It is a prerequisite for the success of later stages, and it cannot be replaced by technologies that come into play in the stages of the process where waste from different clusters is modified for reuse. The development of technologies and questions of business benefit are only really related to these later stages. In order to carry out the sorting in practice, each type of materials needs its own containers and a party that is responsible for emptying the containers. The system must be legal. So we need a law that defines the responsibilities of households and who is responsible for maintaining the system and emptying the dishes. In general, it is justified to assume that a public organization has responsibility for creating and maintaining the system. For example, in Finland, it is a statutory task of the local government. Local authorities have the autonomy to organize the collection of household waste as required by law. In practice, either by organizing itself or acquiring it from a non-governmental service provider. A proper sorting of household waste can rightly be considered a civic duty. A civic duty. Society's task is to create a recycling system that enables this obligation to be fulfilled. Civic education as an integral part of this system is a tool for making people aware of their responsibilities as citizens. It is important for people to become aware of household waste that is dangerous to the environment and health, which must be separated from other household waste. In order to collect them properly, separate arrangements are needed to prevent toxic waste from mixing with normal non-toxic household waste. But even in that case, citizens must first distinguish between dangerous and non-dangerous waste, hazardous and non-hazardous waste, as well as medical waste. Making people aware of the expectations placed on them and motivating them to behave accordingly requires education. This education should, on the one hand, promote people's general environmental awareness, and on the other hand, increase their awareness of the economic importance of recycling and the positive effects on health and well-being of people. In short, there is a need for civic education that shows people the necessity of behaving in accordance with expectations and the resulting benefit to the community. It is about awakening a sense of collective responsibility in people. Collective responsibility. In other words, it is a question of creating a socio-cultural foundation that manifests itself as appropriate civic behavior. So, the aim of civic education to cultivate desired civic qualities in people is connected to the kind of society we are aiming for. In this sense, it is associated with civic political values and social ideals. It follows that if appropriate waste management is seen as politically important, appropriate civic education will also be organized in society. In general, a person acts according to what he thinks is right. Everybody acts according to what he or she thinks is right. That is why civic duties must be explained and justified to people in an understandable way. It can be assumed that anyone who understands the fundamental importance of the environment to human existence, health, and well-being is willing to do their bit. Accordingly, the goal of citizenship education is to promote awareness, to motivate citizens to fulfill what they understand to be their duty as citizens. Cultivating this awareness can begin in the early childhood and continue into adulthood. Even a child can adopt the attitude that sorting household waste is a normal part of life. It's a part of everyday life. In general, all educational institutions in society, from early childhood education to universities and adult education institutions, can participate in civic education that promotes environmental awareness. The task concerns both formal and non-formal education institutions. In schools, the appropriate handling of the matter requires that it is recorded in the curriculum and that there are suitable learning materials for it in schools. However, citizenship education is not limited to schools and does not only apply to teachers, but also applies to educators working in non-formal organizations, such as youth work organizations, for example. In today's information-intensive society, the media plays also an important role as a mediator of information as part of the mission of civic education. In addition, among the professional groups in modern society, especially social workers have extensive opportunities to implement civic education that promotes people's environmental awareness. Of course, cooperation between education organizations implementing civic education and employees is desirable in every way. It would help if the general state administration, for example, the Ministry of Education, had an authorized body for coordinating and supervising the system of environmental civic education. So I conclude my presentation with the following interrelating conclusions. Proper civic engagement is a critical element of the waste management system. It can be seen as one of the necessary conditions for the system. Purposeful civic engagement can be promoted through civic education, which aims to raise citizens' environmental awareness. Civic education that promotes environmental awareness has two main goals: to arouse people's will to participate in taking care of the environment, and to convey the appropriate information needed for participation. So the moral and informational aspects are there. The implementation of such civic education in practice should be seen as the mission of society's entire education system, in which all educational institutions participate. And the last point, it is justified that a designated public entity would coordinate the cooperation of educational institutions and the division of labor in the implementation of environmental education. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Prof. Juha, for the insightful presentation. We'll take 1 minute of interaction with him based on his presentation. But before we do that, I'd like to welcome the GM of Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, Dr. Dolapo Fashawe, ably represented by Mr. Kayode Bello, the Director of Monitoring, Compliance, and Enforcement. Can we give him a round of applause for the panel to speak on solid waste management, circular economy, infrastructure design, technology, environment, climate change, research, innovation, and business opportunities. That panel will be coming up right after now. would like to take one question, one interaction with Professor Yuha. If there is anyone who has a question or a comment, he's listening, he'll be able to address it. Do we have anyone? Prof made a presentation on civic education and responsibilities of citizens in solid waste management. Otherwise, we proceed quickly to welcome the CEO, Nigerian Economic Summit Group, ably represented by the Director of Sustainability, who is also currently in the US. He'll be making a presentation on circular economy business models, competitive dynamics of private sector recycle culture in Lagos. CITS, can you please bring him up, media? You're welcome, Prof. Itwa. It's nice having you make your presentation from the diaspora. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. And indeed, we want to appreciate all of you, especially those behind this very beautiful program. We applaud your efforts. I want to say that a protocol has already been established and we remain on that. I will present on behalf of our CEO, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, Mr. Laoye Jayola, who would have loved to be here, but unfortunately, because of equally important reasons that conflicted with this time, he's not able to make it. And so he sends his warm regards to everyone. You already have mentioned my name, Dr. Eugene Itwa. I'm the facilitator of the Sustainability Policy Commission. On behalf of my CEO, I'm delighted to be delivering this keynote address on circular economy, business model, competitive dynamics, private sector recycling culture in Lagos. Today, I am glad that we are having this circular economy roundtable championed by two brilliant institutions of academic repute, the University of Lagos and the University of Eastern Finland. We commend your efforts. Just to let some of us know about NESG first and foremost. The Nigeria Economic Summit Group is a non-profit, non-partisan private sector organization with a vision to become Africa's leading private sector think tank, committed to the development of a modern, globally competitive and inclusive Nigeria economy, and with our mission to promote and champion the reform of the Nigeria economy into an open, inclusive, sustainable, and globally competitive economy. Like we have said, the NESG operates a think tank model. The model dialogue with partners. The model connects. The model serves as a watchdog, enables NESG to serve as a watchdog, and indeed to intervene where necessary in ensuring that there are collaborations through interventions, monetary, and of course, even doing some influential evaluation and reporting. NESG operationalizes its activities through policy commissions. There are different policy commissions, and one of them is Sustainability Policy Commission, for which I am the facilitator. The Sustainability Policy Commission facilitates the adoption of Nigeria Economic Summit recommendations held annually with a view to bridging the gap in sustainability. We increase our awareness. We support in knowledge sharing among experts in sustainability. We also, as much as possible, try to galvanize interest is sustainability. As a result, the Sustainability Policy Commission has created 3 thematic groups that align with the Paris Agreement and the Global Biodiversity Framework. And through this, we're supporting all stakeholders in driving towards environment-friendly agenda. We have climate change as one of the thematic groups, and that focuses on nationally determined contribution on the green economy. We also have the marine ecosystem and management, through which the blue economy dream is supported. Circular economy, and then natural capital accounting. Again, through this, we are able to support the relevant issues. You could be part of this policy commission, ladies and gentlemen. It's open to individuals with a strong track record of good performance and excellence in their respective fields of interest, such as we have here today. Over the years, the NESG has continued to champion the cause for circular economy through dedicated pre-summit dialogues, and indeed through the summit itself. We have discussed, for instance, the topic of increasing opportunities and sustaining resilience to circular economy in Nigeria. That was in 2020, just to give you the recent event that happened. We also had this program of strengthening academia industry collaboration in circular economy and natural capital accounting, among other interventions. Just to let you know, this very one, strengthening academia industry collaboration in circular economy and natural capital accounting, was designed to engage stakeholders in a town and ground approach to discuss circular economy and natural capital for capacity building that will lead to greater uptake in the universities. And we're happy to see what is happening in the University of Lagos. And indeed, that relationship that is tied with the industries. Indeed, the idea for that pre-summit event was to provide an opportunity to engage key policymakers, corporates, organizations, and policy decision makers with a view to developing new partnership across multiple sectors that will champion a renewed frontier for circular economy and natural capital opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, it is gratifying to state that while we are witnessing what looks like an outcome of NESG's previous undertakings, we have indeed, to let you know, embarked on a journey to explore more innovation and transformation that will support business practices that are sustainable in Nigeria. In recent years, Lagos has emerged because we could see that Lagos seems to be the focus of attention for this event. Lagos has emerged as a pioneer in the adoption of circular economic principles. It has taken giant steps in shifting away from the traditional linear economic model of take, make, and dispose. Lagos has taken on that of the circular economic model, and we praise it for it. Lagos has made very good or frantic efforts to embrace a more sustainable approach that prioritizes resource efficiency, waste reduction, and the continual reuse of materials. And today, you are focusing more alike on recycling. In the heat of COVID-19, Lagos organized a virtual roundtable on circular economy titled For a Greater Lagos, Leveraging Circular Economy for Rebuilding Lagos and Post-COVID-19 Recovery Agenda, Build Back Better. And since this roundtable, there has been the establishment of Lagos Circular Platform, Circular Business Platform Lagos. And recently, the Lagos State Government, in collaboration with the Circular Economy Innovation Partnership and the African Circular Economy Network, hosted the Lagos Circular Economy Hotspot 2020, the first in Nigeria and indeed in Africa. Increasingly, today, businesses, whether small or big, are continually receiving the memo. What memo? The memo that is making them to seek ways to participate in the environmental and climate revolution of the day. This, of course, includes how to deal with the challenges of biodiversity and nature loss. Circular economy model has become the upper leeway for this. Circular economy is premised on the transformation of the way resources are used by shifting from existing open production systems, that is, the traditional linear systems where resources are used to produce finished products and become waste after their consumption, to closed production systems, that is, circular system where resources are reused and kept in a loop of production and consumption. The aim of this kind of closed loop cyclic system is to eliminate waste by turning goods that are at the end of their life cycle into resources for new ones. By maximizing the efficient use of resources, this fundamental redesign of materials, products, and value creation system ultimately assists in reducing the negative environmental impacts associated with emissions and resource waste that naturally accompany the consumption of physical goods. The private sector in particular has played a pivotal role in shaping this newfound recycling culture, with the Lagos State government providing the enabling environment for such enterprise to thrive. One of the most prominent examples of circular economy business models in Lagos is seen in the plastic recycling industry. Companies such as GeoCircle, Mitibent, Green Circle, Eco Circular Solutions, Airclean, and Scripace, to mention about a few without advertising them, have supported rationalizing waste management by employing innovative technology and creative business strategies and models. These firms not only collect and process plastic waste, but also engage in upcycling initiatives, converting waste, e-waste materials into valuable products like building materials, furniture, and even fashion items. And the organizers of this program especially would like to pay attention to this part because this relates to building materials. Another key facet of Lagos private sector recycling culture is the rise of circular supply chains. We see collaborations between manufacturers, retailers, and waste management companies that prioritize product design with recycling in mind. This approach ensures that products are made from recyclable materials and can easily be disassembled at the end of their life cycle, promoting a closed loop system that minimizes waste. The Lagos State Waste Management Authority has shown unwavering commitment to waste management reform and circular economic principles, serving as a catalyst for change. The agency's continued partnership with private entities, we must say, amplifies the impact of circular initiatives, which is commendable. However, despite these remarkable strides, we want to understand that there are challenges. Challenges persist in the adoption of circular economic practices, lack of awareness, and limited access to appropriate recycling infrastructure pose significant barriers. Additionally, competing with established linear economic business model can be daunting for circular startups. We must also recognize the challenge with system changes, which generate dynamic complexity and deep uncertainty. Addressing these hurdles demands collaboration among businesses, government entities, and citizens alike. So it is expected that the government will create the enabling environment and continually do so. Such policies from the government should support the innovation and circular business models. Such policy should also support change in behavior and education of stakeholders and consumers. Businesses on their part who want to continue to, through innovation, develop a completely new business model or introduce a business model that is new to the company and that takes on circular economy principle or ideas. Even if it is considered fairly common in other companies or sectors, we want to drive in best practice into our own culture. Businesses must recognize that circular economy, taking that route, takes effort. In other words, one of the things they want to do is to assess every aspect of their businesses, the entire value chain. For instance, if we produce products, it means ensuring that our products packaging is sustainable. If we run a restaurant, for instance, it means making sure that our take-out containers are recyclable. If we sell clothing and shoes in our store, it means investigating every brand and understanding their sustainability practices. Of course, we know what all this take. In other words, businesses want to rethink their business model to design for the future. We must know that circular economy is facilitated by means of product life extension, redistribution, reuse, remanufacturing, and indeed recycling. We must recognize that a widespread adoption of circular economic principles creates new employment, generating business opportunities and green jobs. It could also contribute, and indeed it contributes to a significant number of the 17 SDGs. As businesses, it will also be good that we set goals towards a more circular future. So setting goals is common to businesses. And in setting goals, we want to embed circular principles in them. We also want to develop pathways. In fact, these pathways is where the rubber meets the road. The kind of question we want to ask ourselves as businesses is, or are, will your pathway include product or packaging redesign? Will it include new business models? Will it include reversing our logistics or product take back? Questions, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, just to let you know that for this, it seems like this is where a lot of collective work in the circular economy is today, even in some other climes. That is unlocking pathways towards circularity. We do not want to leave out research and development, for which the university is known. Businesses want to support this. In fact, R&D is at the core to developing a database for the science-based information necessary to advance circular economy for virtually all the sectors of the economy. My great audience, I'm delighted to see that Finland has championed circular economic programs, and such as this roundtable is a welcome development that NESG is proud to associate with. And we hope we take the recommendation from this roundtable further, especially as we plan for the 29th Nigeria Economic Summit coming up very soon this year. We look forward to seeing you there. Just to let you know, on a personal note, ladies and gentlemen, I coordinated in 2016 a project on creating an ecosystem for innovative circular economy solutions for Nigerian markets through co-creation for the Federation of Universities of Applied Sciences, a consortium of some Finland university, Laura, Lotti, and Harry. The project was designed to create a platform where Finnish and Nigerian companies network. Beyond companies, a network was created, which included governments, agencies, the universities, local governments, to work together to innovate sustainable circular economic solutions and viable business model for Nigeria through co-creation. I remember that of all the universities that were invited, the University of Lagos was the only university that participated with us. We're happy with this relationship between Unilag and the Eastern Finland University. Just to let you know, NELG stands to support in ensuring that the research work of both of you are put to practice by businesses in Nigeria. We can further have conversations all around this as to how the research work can be taken to action. Lagos Town, ladies and gentlemen, are the front of the circular economy movement in Africa, boasting a vibrant private sector recycling culture with exemplary business model that we just talked about, amplifying the power of collaborative innovation to becoming a global leader in circular economy practices. The need for best practices for the circular economy in Lagos cannot be overemphasized. There is a need for continuous partnership with businesses so that that enabling environment can be strengthened with action. There's also a need to incentivize the extended producer responsibility by rewarding businesses that adopt the EPR, the extended producer responsibility, and ensuring that they take ownership of their products life cycle to support eco-friendly design and responsible disposal practices. Of course, the circular economy principle will tell you don't dispose. Rather, let's put the recycling practices in place to support us in this. In conclusion, the competitive dynamics of the private sector recycling culture in Lagos are a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of businesses embracing circular economy principle. By learning from the successes and challenges of these businesses, we can pave the way for a more sustainable, regenerative, and prosperous future for Lagos and beyond. It is thus expected that this roundtable will seek to promote best practices and foster collective approach with strategic inclusion of town and gown model so as to provide solutions to the overarching problems that need to be resolved for a smooth transition to circular economy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Itwa, representing the CEO Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Thank you for that insightful presentation. The NESG is ready to support research, to collaborate with businesses that are operating in this space. And like he said, don't dispose, because I'm sure NESG also believes that waste is wealth. Thank you very much. Would like to welcome any question or any interaction with him, just one interaction with him, if there is any. And while we're doing that, I'd like to welcome the Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences, Professor Adelaja Odukoya, who is here present on the round table. Thank you very much, Prof. We're honored to have you here. We also have the Head of Department of Botany, Professor Abosede, Associate Professor Abosede Adesalu. You're welcome, ma'am. While this presentation was going on, we welcomed the GM of LASEPA Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, Dr. Dolapo Fashawe, ably represented by the Director, Monitoring and Compliance and Enforcement, Mr. Kayode Bello. Lasepa, here to speak with us as one of the panelists on circular economy. We also have here present from Lasura, Mrs. Bumi Alubi. You're most welcome. We're so glad that policy makers, agencies of the government are here present to make presentations and speak to us. We also have Mr. Taiwo Adewale. He was very helpful in bringing in all the stakeholders, organizations around waste management. He liaised with LOMA. He also liaised with Lagos State Waste Management Agency. He also brought in the Food and Beverages Recycling Alliance, who is also present and on the panel. I'd like to therefore welcome her, Mrs. Areshe Lucia. You're most welcome, ma'am. She's the Executive Secretary of the Food and Beverages Recycling Alliance. We're glad to have you here. Thank you so much. Would at this point have a 10-minute tea break and then would convene. You could just have a cup of hot tea and come back in 10 minutes. The panel would commence immediately. The panelists would be seated here and we'll have not just presentations, but one-on-one interaction with them. Thank you very much. Just at that corridor, if you would please use that door, you'd see the tea break. We don't eat here. Somewhere around the waterfall here, you can have your tea. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to call participants back in for the panel section. Would like to invite you in for the panel session. Please do well to wrap up and come in very quickly.
Come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. I slide down, DBTs.
Gentlemen, professors here present, standing on existing protocol, I'd like to welcome you back to the panel section, where we'll be having a very interactive presentation on circular economy, infrastructure, design, technology, environment, climate change, research, and business opportunities, as well as innovation in the solid waste management, recycle, culture, and circular economy space. At this time, we have a team of seasoned panelists who would be on board to speak for. A couple of them are in the diaspora who would also join this panel virtually. So I'd like us to make welcome all the panelists that's here for their presentation. First on the list is the MD of the Lagos Waste Management Agency. The MD of the Lagos Waste Management Agency, ably represented by Dr. Acien Nswabia, who is the Assistant GM, Sustainability, Investment, and Partnership. Please let's make welcome. You're welcome, sir. Next on the list, who will be presenting on solid waste management model in Finland, is Mr. Pekka Hyvarinen and Mrs. Kaiti Persti, alongside J2 Koko from Finland. Do we please have them virtually? Next on the list, we'll be making a presentation on environment, solid waste, recycling, and critical materials and sustainable science is Prof. Betty Pasane, who also doubles as the principal investigator alongside Prof. Mika Potsanainen. You're welcome. Please let's make him welcome. Presenting on the Lagos recycle culture, a net zero approach with the GM of LASEPA, Dr. Dolapo Fashawe, ably represented by Mr. Kayode Bello. You're welcome, Director, sir. Mr. Kayode Bello is the Director Monitoring, Compliance, and Enforcement in LASEPA. We have on the table as well to make presentation on the recycling value chain in Lagos, Mr. Taiwo Adewale. He's been a consultant to Loma. He drives the private sector interaction in recycling and circular economy. You're welcome, Mr. Taiwo. Let's warmly welcome him again. We have to make presentation on sustainable recycling practice in Lagos, the representative, the executive secretary of Food Beverages Recycling Alliance, Mrs. Areshe Lucia Omagishe. You're welcome, ma'am. At least we have a lady on the panel. Make welcome. From Lasura, we have Mrs. Bome Alugbi making a presentation on Lagos recycling culture and slum regeneration for recycling. Thank you very much, panelists. We have Professor Mika Hotsinen from Finland also on this panel. You can see him clearly. We're glad to have you, Prof. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would like to start this interaction with Loma. Because as an agency, clearly on their name is waste management. Sir, what is the state of solid waste management and sustainable recycling models in Lagos? Please take us there. 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I just hope that I'll be able to use that 10 minutes. I want to start by just giving us where we are currently and then our roadmap in 10 minutes. Where we are, when you look at the Lagos waste characterization data currently being used, we have about 38% of waste generated in Lagos being recyclable. And there are two types of recyclable waste in Lagos. Those that are recyclables and are recycled, and those that are recyclable, but they are not being recycled. These are waste that, especially colored waste, for example, and then some other kind of waste like styrofoam. So in this 38% of recyclable component of Lagos waste, plastics alone is about 18%. And now, within this 38%, we have only about 12 to 13% that are currently being recycled. And the recycling value chain of Lagos State is populated with the informal sector, which constitute about 1% of the total active workforce of Lagos. But they are informal, they don't want to be counted, their data is not available, they don't want anybody to know what they are doing, but they're earning a living and also contributing to Lagos GDP. Having said that, let me mention this quickly. Currently, there's what we call Loma Loop, which is a demonstration of how we in Lagos waste management can key into circular economy practice. It is like this. The production line where, for example, a bottle is being produced. From that to the distributor. From the distributor to the consumer. From the consumer to the post-consumer. From the post-consumer to Loma. From Loma to our recyclers and recycling program up to the production line. That is the most circular practice that we have instituted. But in the time past, it was linear waste management, which is collection and disposal at Olusosun. And then, of course, we all know the challenges we have in linear waste management. The downside that is not going to be there available for us, then the high carbon footprint that we are contributing. And when we look at the nationally determined contribution quota for Nigeria, you discover that about so much waste in Lagos, in Nigeria, majority of that waste is being generated in Lagos. If you look at the PET bottle analysis, you discover that 70% of PET bottles is being produced in Lagos, and then and all that. The challenge we have is how to recover what has been in the environment before, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, then coupled with what we are having currently. So, but we have come up with an issue, which is what are we supposed to be in the next 10 years? Then how do we manage waste? How many tons of waste are we going to divert from Loma, from the downside in the next couple of years? We are giving ourselves a very easy to meet target of 20%. Currently, we are on recycling about of 12%, 13%, but we are giving ourselves up to 20%. Now, how do we do about it? The whole theory of recycling emanates from or starts from segregation of waste. Currently, like I said earlier, the people are yet to imbibe the culture of segregation from source. And if you don't do that, if you keep on collecting communal waste and then you try to separate it at the back end, the value of the material you get will not be as good as if you had collected it separately. We started with Blue Box launching in 2001, in 2019. And then we discovered that the Blue Box could not move fast. And then we come to know that if you are asking people to segregate waste for recycling, you must have a place to put those waste. When you give people trash bag to use to store recyclables, it's not sustainable. When they use the first one, the second one, the third one, they will expect government to give them. And if they cannot get it from government free of charge and they cannot buy it, then that's the end of the program. That is why we introduce what we call Adopt a Bin program. This program is targeted of giving 6 million bins to Lagos in 6 years. We have come to know that Lagos has about 1.5 million houses or tenements, and then each tenement has an average of 4 households. So we are looking at 6 million households having one bin at least in 6 years. Is a tall order to meet, but that's the beginning. How do we intend to do that? We know that we are going to a 2-bin system in Lagos. And how do we want to do the 2-bin system? We first start with 1-bin system. Remember that any government program that is not easy, is not affordable, that you cannot communicate the importance to the public, they will not buy it. And if they don't buy it, we continue to run in circle. So we've started giving these bins. One thing that is very important with the bin this time around is that this bin have microchip, in it. Somebody said, "Oh, why do you want to go and start, something you cannot do? You cannot even collect all the waste." And we said, this is the part of the things for us to collect waste very well. Right now, all of you make use of PSP. If I said, when was the last time your PSP comes? Some may say 2 weeks ago, some may say this morning. The issue is that without digitization, we will not be able to, hold the PSP to work. How does that digitization going to work? Those bins that is going out now, those government bins, they are microchips. The digitization is going to be in stages. That is going to add recycling. I'm coming to that. The first stage is that as they are dropping that bin, they are capturing the coordinates of that location with the scanner. We just get some from Germany where we have the program. And then when they capture those bins, then they put it in a software in the cloud. If you click a local government, I have a presentation here. If the time allowed, I may show you. If you click on a local government, you take it to a slot. If you click on a slot, you will see the number of all the recycling waste bins in that slot. So one slot can have 200 bins, one slot can have 500 bins. And when we have that, that's the beginning. We don't want to do things that is so difficult for people to know. Just get your bin, they will come with the scanner, they take the coordinates, and then they put it on the cloud. And then when that is done, the next stage will now be service delivery. How many bins? Now, waste collection is not going to be a rule of thumb again. We are going to give the PSP the number of waste bins is going to make a trip. And then we are going to base performance on the number. And you may be surprised to hear that 90% of the current PSP trucks have RFID tag. And that was supposed to work into this. We are building Lagos, rising Lagos smart city. And waste management is going to be digitized in such a way that it's simple. Somebody said, how are you sure it's going to work? I said, so far we are using smartphone. It's very simple. There's going to be an app that you just click on your app, and then you see your street, and then you see the waste bin located. And if that is done, I said, we are going to 2-bin system. The first bin is what we are doing. The second bin is recyclable waste bin. And then that means that all recyclables, carton, plastic, ferrous and non-ferrous metals, wood and all that will be in one bin, while the middle waste will be in second bin. And if we collect separately, we are going to have hubs. These hubs will be built in strategic locations where our recyclers will collect rightly from the hub. And then, because one challenge we have with recycling in Lagos is logistics. We discovered that a lot of people hear that there's money in recycling, they jump into it, they make so much load, and when they call recyclers to come and take, and they say the cost is about maybe 3,000 or 4,000, and they get angry and they begin to abuse us. Because why? The cost, the value of that product is being consumed by the logistics challenges. So with this system we are putting in place, The recyclers will not have to go to house again. They go to hub to pick up this waste, and then that will reduce the recycling, the logistics problem. I can tell you, if we do this in the next 3 years, we are going to divert that 20% target that we have. Already we are on 13% now. And when we do that, when we take away that 20%, then our emissions will be reduced. The more we take, we stay away from the dump site, the biodegradation materials in Olusosun and other places will reduce, and that will reduce emission. Also, we've discovered that for you to be able to, my time is up. Good. For us to be able to, do that 20% very well, we have to look at waste to energy. In the time past, we've been working on waste to energy, and we have been having difficulties until they signed the last law. But we came back as Loma and said, where are the lowest hanging fruit? The lowest hanging fruit in waste to energy is to produce embedded energy, energy that is captured into containers, energy that can be, easily marketed in Lagos. If I convert styrofoam into diesel, I don't need to export it. I can take it to by 12 and sell it. If I convert it to kerosene and biogas, something that has local market. So what we now do currently is to carry out what we call in Loma as energy material audit, EMA. This energy material audit will take us to places that we have low fiber organic waste. Organic waste like abattoir waste. So we are going to identify the abattoirs we are going to work with, and then we look at the quantity of waste we are going to get from that abattoir per time and the collection logistics. Then we are going to look at major poultries to identify those major poultries and then understand the quantity of waste we are going to get from there. And that will also extend to fast food and other organic waste sources. When we do that, then there are about 3 companies. One is from Finland, one is from Germany, and I think the other one is from US. They are ready to bring the equipment to convert our biodegradable waste to biogas. Very simple. The technology is not going to be as big as this room. So instead of waiting to produce energy that the disclosure will say, oh, is renewable or non-renewable, we just produce biofuel, biogas that has local consumption. And if we do that, don't forget that our waste characterization indicates that we have 45% to 50% of our waste as organic. So if you can even take 20% of that 45% and generate biogas and biofuel, then already we've met our target. And then we reduce our carbon footprint. And then waste management will become cleaner. When this digitization completely take off, the inefficiency that you are seeing now will be a thing of the past. Because myself and you will monitor the PSP. You are not going to pay for your waste collection on number of times. It will be number of bins at the empty. That is why we are encouraging everybody to get the right bin. Don't just go to market and buy any bin that doesn't have chip. Because when we start it, it's only bins that are captured in that program, that software, that will be accounted for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dr. Essen. That was great presentation on solid waste management and the recycling models that are in Lagos. We backtracked to what it used to be and what it is presently, and he has also given us a peek into the future of solid waste management. And let's give it a round of applause once again. Would have one round from Finland. Mr. Pekka, are you online now, please? Thank you, Ms. The video. All right, while we're processing that video, would like to invite Professor Petty, please.
I'm just telling that they had this video and to showing how the solid waste management is working around the Kuopio area. So it is what legislation is back what is it's based about and how it is organized in. But hopefully we are getting this video. Is it coming?
Okay.
Or is it so that I have it in my computer if I have a network?
So good day, everyone. My name is Kati Försti, and I work as a service manager in Jätekukko Ltd. And with me today is my colleague Pekka.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Pekka Hyvärinen, and I work in Jätekukko as an operation manager.
And today we will be telling you something about solid waste management models in Finland. And of course, we use our own company, Jätekukko, as a case example here. And first, I will tell some about responsibilities in waste management in Finland. So all Finnish waste management legislation is based on European Union legislation, and according municipalities are responsible for household waste, and then certain products are on producers' responsibilities. Such products are, for example, packages and electrical devices. And also there are privately owned waste management companies which take care of the waste from the private business. And I will tell you more about these in the next slides. First, a few words about Jätekukko. So we are founded in 2001, and our owners are 15 municipalities in Finland. On the right corner, you can see the Finnish map, and our area is in the darker green over there. And we have about 200,000 residents and 40 employees, and we do 1.8 million waste bin emptyings per year. Our turnover is approximately 25 million euros. And also, as in the map you can see, we have one waste center in Kuopio and 22 sorting stations all over our area. And Pekka will later tell you more about the waste reception. I will first tell something about collection and what we collect from the residents. All our costs are covered by billing our customers, so that is something you should consider when seeing our services. So municipal waste management in Finland, as we talk about Jätekukko, we are a regional waste management service company. And we are in charge of the operational waste management. So we collect waste, we receive waste. And then we have Waste Management Authority, which in our case is Waste Management Board. And they are in charge of defining the level and broadness of the services that we offer to our customers. They also are in charge of the waste charges. How much does the service cost for our customers, and regional waste regulation locally. And then there are also environmental authorities, for example, in each municipality, and their job is to supervise us, Jätekukko, regional company, and also the Waste Management Authority. So they make sure that everything is done as it is said in the law. So the reason why Jätekukko exists, I try to explain this a bit more. So all the municipalities are responsible for the household waste, as I told earlier. And municipalities have to arrange the waste management services to households. The minimum level of this is set by legislation, for example, Waste Act, and the local registrations, which are set by the Waste Management Board. So the municipalities, which are our owners, have founded us and decided that Jätekukko is the company who will take care of these services. And we will meet those requirements. These are the waste sources that we collect at the moment, either from the households directly, or then they can take them to us. So there are bio-waste, carton packages, glass packages, metal, paper, plastic packages, end-of-life textiles, electric equipment, hazardous waste, and then finally mixed waste. We have the most expensive waste is mixed waste, and this is also done because we want to encourage our customers to sort the waste. So we can do this via pricing when we are in charge of collecting all this waste listed here. And some of these wastes are set on producer's responsibility, as I told earlier. So producers have to organize the recycling and the products of the products that they have imported or manufactured at the point when the products are discarded. And such products are, for example, packages, as earlier told, plastic, glass, metal, and carton packages, then paper, electric devices, vehicles, tires, and batteries. And possibly in the future also end-of-life textiles such as clothes that has been worn out. So we collect and receive these wastes, and we do not handle these wastes ourselves, but we send it forward to the producers. And then they can, for example, package waste, you can make new products from the collected packages. And next I will tell you more about, for example, collection, but first I will clear our primary business activity. So our primary business activities include waste collection and transportation, waste reception, hazardous waste reception, then of course customer service and invoicing, and then we try to distribute information and give advice when it comes to sorting the waste. So people would have the right information about how which waste should be sorted. And waste collection and transportation works in Finland in two kind of different ways. In our area, this model is in use that we do not own the garbage trucks that operate here, but we have asked for offers publicly from the companies that collect waste. And then we have at the moment 3 contractors who own the garbage trucks, and they have 20 garbage trucks at the moment in our area. In other parts of Finland, mixed waste can also be collected so that the customer does not have anything to do with the local municipal waste company, but it makes the contract straight to the waste collection company. But we manage all this here. The pros of this model is that the household gets the service from one company, which in our case is Jätekukko. They don't need to ask the offers from the contractors. We are doing it for them. And this equals to the households are in equal position compared to each other, and they get all the services from one company that they need. Some of our garbage trucks also use biogas. So here in Kuopio, there is 7 biogas garbage trucks which collect recyclable waste. And it means 1/3 of the garbage trucks in our area are run by biogas. So basically the truck gets its fuel from the bio-waste it is collecting. So this is what we are hoping that will be the future more and more. Part of our services, besides collecting the waste from the households, is also
A little network issue that will be resolved shortly, please.
it is a really low sum at this point. And this way we can ensure that the collection can be done safely. This makes the collection very effective because the contractors can trust always that the bins are okay to use, they are safe. And this has also lowered the pricing about the collection. This is, for the customer, this is a very easy and reliable thing. They don't have to go to the store and buy their own bins and maybe wonder if the bin is suitable for our collection. So this has made it really easy for the customers to join the waste management. Next, Pekka will continue and he will tell you more about waste reception. Go ahead, Pekka.
Thank you, Kati. So some words from waste treatment area. So I have worked here about more than 10 years, and this is quite big change. Earlier we was like a landfill company, but now it is more sorting and pre-treatment and party treatment also. So in our area is more than 10 companies operating in this area, and we serve these companies that are working here, like waste measurement and so on, all kind of service that they need. We take here about 2,100 tons different waste in our area, and about 40 or 50 people works daily in our area. Yeah, and we have about 15 own employees in this area. In this area is quite different companies. There is biogas company, the up part of the screen, and there is waste metal scrap company. They sort metals and send it again. We have concrete waste. We collect concrete and crush them, and that can be used as a road. And then, Kati, can you change the next? So some words about waste reception. We have one big waste center in Kuopio, and nowadays they are more like a material center. Most of the waste continues its way to other facilities. We check here quality and make some sorting, and then I'll load it again. In our range is 22 sorting station, and in this sorting station we see about 120,000 customers every year. And these sorting stations are meant for waste that is not suitable in the waste bin of household, like size is too big or quality is not possible to put to normal waste bins, like medicine and so on. Can you please? So, as I told that we sort different wastes, we take wood away and so on, and about 97% of the waste that we receive is going to other utilized, either or material or energy purpose. Only 3% of total waste end up to landfill, and there is some waste like asbestos that have to take away from circle, and some old and dirty isolation materials that can not be recycled. And our company receive about 120,000 tons of different waste yearly. I have been here more than 10 years, and here is picture of landfill waste. So this has changed very much. Earlier, big part of waste has been landfilled, and 2008 we started crushing and screening of mixed waste, and the compostable part was sent for use as a utilized purpose, like energy. There is one peak in 2015, then the market price of electricity was so low that power plants didn't take any more our waste, so we had to continue landfilling. Since 2016, organic waste has not been able and allowed to be disposed in a landfill, so then we had to start our own company, Riikivoima, as I tell you later. Please, Kati, turn to next. Here is a picture of Riikivoima Ltd, where the mixed waste is transported. Some of our mixed waste has brought in direct to Riikivoima Eco Power Plant, and some part has been reloaded in our waste management plant in Kuopio. We are one of the owners, about 16% of Riikivoima, and we deliver about 43,000 tons of mixed waste yearly. That means that like 4 or 5 trucks per day. Let's take the next. Some special waste is hazardous waste, and we take hazardous waste is free of charge, that so that households don't have to pay it. In every municipality has at least one sorting station where the residents can bring their hazardous waste to. And one special waste is old pharmacies, old medical waste, so pharmacies receive the medical waste is free of charge, cooperation with us. Please take the next one. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pekka. And if you want to add something later, we can also do that. But next, I will tell something about the customer service we provide. So we get about 70,000 contacts per year from our customers, and they come via phone or email, chat, and our e-service. And mostly the contacts concern about when the waste bin is being emptied, but also we give advice about sorting quite a lot. So people want to know that they have some kind of waste and they don't know where to put it. Can they put it in the waste bin in the premises, or do they have to take it to a sorting station? And also they are interested of if the waste, if they have to pay for the waste or is it free of charge. These kind of things are that we are dealing with daily. And we also naturally manage the waste management fees billing from the customers. As I briefly told in the beginning, all our operations are run by the fees that we receive and bill from our customers, though we don't get funding, for example, from the municipalities. And this has to be considered when we think about services we offer. There is the minimum level of services set by legislation and local orders, but of course we also have additional services we offer to our customers which are not obligatory, but they can choose to order those if they want to and if they have the need. And as I told that advising about the sorting is quite important in our job, there still was 1/3 of mixed waste. Sorry, I rephrase. 1/3 of mixed waste was bio-waste in 2019, and this was found in the sorting study we made. But this year we will make this study again, and so we will explore that what amount of recyclable waste there still are in the mixed waste bin. And this is really interesting, and we look forward to finding out the results of this study. We try to offer proper information for everyone. So we try to encourage people to sort the waste. We want to tell them that what is done with the waste they are sorting in the households, so that there would be enough motivation to do the sorting properly. And every year we reach thousands of people in different kinds of events. For example, schools are one that we do a lot of with, and try to tell that why it is important to sort the waste and recycle. And then I will try to summarize everything that I have told. So municipal waste companies like Jätekukko, we provide all the services needed for daily waste management in households. So no matter what waste you have in your hands at home, there is a proper place for the waste in our services. There is some of the wastes are received for example, in the waste center or in the sorting stations. But as well, there are many waste bins in the households that it can be put. Typically, when there are bigger households, they can have more than the mixed waste bin. And due to legislation, next year, for example, in Kuopio, there has to be a bio-waste bin in every household, no matter how small. If you just live alone, but you have your own house, you should have a mixed waste bin and a bio-waste bin. And we are also very, very much looking forward to these changes, because the mixed waste is still some kind of a problem when it is in the bio-waste is problem in the mixed waste bin. If you are interested to see videos about what we do, for example, collecting the waste, there is a YouTube channel about Jätekukko services. The videos are in Finnish, but I hope that they can clarify what we do here. And if you have any questions, You can always contact me or Pekka, and we are glad to answer your questions also after this seminar. So thank you for the opportunity to tell about waste management here in Jätekukko area and here
Thank
in
you
Finland.
very much for that excellent delivery. You practically took us to Finland to elaborate on solid waste management system in Finland. Very quickly, we'll move on to the next panelist who would be speaking on environment, solid wastes, recycling, critical materials, and sustainable science. I'd like to have Professor Petty make his presentation. And then there is a video that would also be on. We're not done with Finland. We want to see how it works over there. Yes, sir. You can sit and
Put the slides.
put the slides on.
Can you
The
put the
next
slides?
one.
There are slides, some slides, and which I like to show, but I don't know if he has those. Is this working? Yeah. So I can first say that I can say yeah, that when I was a student 40 years ago at my university, I had some kind of dream that because we were in Finland, there were a lot of news that how they are living in Africa, and there are a lot of technical problems to get food and drinking water and other things. And I had a dream that sometimes I would like to help somehow or give my efforts that how to get things better going in Africa. And unfortunately, I have had this project. Now my own background is environmental scientists, and my own research area is occupational health, so working environment, working conditions, and exposures. That is my background, and I will give an Erasmus course afterwards in the autumn. And now I just tell theoretical things. Mika will continue this presentation with more practical things, and but I will just give some slides about the motivation of the recycling and controlling in waste management. So I was mentioning the occupational hygiene, and if you are doing a workplace things, you are using chemicals, you are using some equipment so that the dust is produced, for example. The first principle is that you has to prevent the emission, and that is the same here in waste management, that we have to think globally, so that we have to reduce the external consumption, so that the waste is formed as few as possible, and that needs to do in different ways, that we have an attitude that we are just buying what we need and just consuming what we need. And last week there was a Earth Overshot Day, and it was globally in last week. But for example, in Finland, we are using quite a lot of natural resources, so we had that on March. So we are looking too much, and then we have to recycle. Recycle if the minerals which are recyclable, and also some biological materials like paper and textiles. We had to recycle as much as possible, and we need not to take new natural resources in use. And in energy use, we have to also be aware that we are not taking too much of producing too much greenhouse gases. So we have to use renewable energy sources, and avoid oil, gas, and coal as energy sources. Probably they can be more or less chemical raw materials in industry, and they are, you can sense next, and what is needed for sustainability for all of us. This is not only one person or one group of person thing. We have to all, every people in this earth, living in the earth, should be aware of these things. And Juha Hämäläinen was talking about the citizens' role in the waste management. So that and Kati and Pekka showed that how it is working in Finland, that we are sorting everything what we can, and in the waste management landfill area, there is landfill and only 3% of the waste is going to landfill. Others are sorted and used in other way, or at least in energy. So we have to have the attitude, and we have to prepare this sorting in our homes and in industry and workplaces. And so the knowledge is important. We have to be motivated why we are doing, so that everything is going smoothly. I put some information about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, but I will not go to the details here. You can go next. And this is my last slide, and I hope that we are looking for the future. And this meeting is also prepared and held to develop something new, something better facilities, or something better actions. And this is one issue which I raised, that people are kept. The business companies are talking about customers and or consumers. They are talking about the consumers, and this word includes that you have to buy and consume. You have to buy and consume more and more, and that is the way how the business is working better and better. But we have not to talk about consumers. We have to get an idea that this consuming is not the main issue. It is we have to be a customers, or we have to be citizens, so that we are using the resources just what we are need. And we have to be innovative, so that we can find out way how we can use less the national resources and still have high standard of living, or to get happiness without these things. And I think that we have to change in some extent the world by looking more effective ways of use of these natural resources. I think that was the last slide, and I thank you all, and I think that
thank you very much, Professor Sani. Excellent presentation again on sustainability and how we all have to work together to make waste management and circular economy work. Right away, I'll go on to the next panelist, Mika. He's joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will share my screen. Can you see my presentation now?
Your presentation, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I come from LUT University, Lappeenranta-Lahti University of Technology. It is situated in the southeast part of Finland and about 250 kilometers from Helsinki and the same distance from Kuopio approximately. And this is our campus area, technical university and some business park. I tell you something about in general and globally about the municipal solid waste. So globally, municipal solid waste is generated about 2 billion metric tons per year. And there is an estimate that it will grow to 3.4 billion tons by 2050. So the growth rate is rather high. And despite of this kind of circular economy knowledge and awareness and objectives in many countries, we are still disposing most of our municipal solid waste to the landfills. So approximately 70% of the municipal solid waste is landfilled, and open dumping is half of that. It means that in the open dumping there is no environmental protection in the landfill areas or any collection of leachate waters, wastewaters, or collection of the landfill gases. So we have lots of work to do in global sense with the development of municipal solid waste management. And from the global warming point of view, climate change point of view, waste is contributing with 1.6 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions to the atmosphere. And that means about 4 to 5% of the total greenhouse gas emissions globally. Mostly these greenhouse gas emissions from waste management, they are coming as a methane from the landfilling and dumping of waste. So collection of waste is not the major cause of greenhouse gas emissions at all, or other treatment is not as important, but the landfilling is, because the biodegradable waste inside the landfills is degrading in anaerobic conditions and forming landfill gas containing about half of methane, and this methane is very strong greenhouse gas, and most of that is released to the atmosphere without control from the landfills. What other environmental impacts there are from the solid waste? Microorganisms in the organic waste, they are degrading the waste, but at the same time pathogens, the bacteria and viruses causing diseases, they are growing in the organic waste, and they can spread via air, water, or food to human beings. And solid waste and its treatment is causing emissions to air. Like I said, greenhouse gases in the form of methane, but also, for example, incineration of waste is causing carbon dioxide emissions to the atmosphere. Also, toxic and carcinogenic compounds are emitted from the waste and from the waste treatment, like dioxins, heavy metals, and particles. And the burning of waste is the major source of toxic emissions. And actually, landfill fires are more important sources of toxic emissions than controlled technical incineration of waste. So landfill fires are causing much more toxic emissions and dioxins to the atmosphere than waste to energy facilities. also acidifying emissions like sulfur and nitrogen oxide and others are emitted. Then we have emissions to water from the waste. Some materials are leaching in the landfills and they can go to the groundwater or surface waters. There can be toxic materials leaching like heavy metals, eutrophicative emissions like nutrients, phosphorus, nitrogen, leaching from the waste materials like manure and going to the surface waters, and wastewaters from treatment of waste are also causing some eutrophicative emissions. And then, of course, we have littering, for example, micro and macro plastics from the mismanaged waste, like from dumping of waste. Microplastics and macroplastics can enter to surface waters, to the rivers and lakes and seas, and we have seen examples of those in the oceans lately. And of course, also soils can be polluted because of the waste. And in addition to these emissions, there are losses of resources because of waste landfilling or not utilizing material losses, but also we are losing the energy content of the materials, and we need energy for the waste treatment. So dumping and landfilling are the most general treatments for municipal solid waste, but in the European Union, we have circular economy objectives, and we have proceeded quite well in utilization of waste. So recycling and composting of municipal solid waste are doing about 48%, or we are recycling about 48% of our municipal solid waste. And for the energy purpose, we are using about 27% of the municipal solid waste. So there is still some 26% of waste landfilled in the European Union. And here you can see that there is a great variation for different countries, so that there are still quite big countries like Greece and Romania landfilling most of their municipal solid waste, but then there are these countries which are landfilling only 1% or less of their municipal solid waste, like Sweden, Germany, Finland. And some of the countries are already recycling more than 50% of the municipal solid waste, and but also the waste to energy is contributing quite large to the municipal solid waste treatment. And here I show you that it is also possible to change the municipal solid waste management system quite quickly. One example of this is China, where the landfilling of waste was in the magnitude of 80 to 90% still in early 2000s. But after that, they have put lots of efforts to utilization of waste, and especially to the waste to energy. And nowadays, after 2019, they are already incinerating and using for the energy recovery purposes more than 50% of the municipal solid waste, and less than 50% is going to the landfills. They are in China. They are also developing the recycling, but that goes after the reduction of the landfilling, and now they are starting to emphasize on the recycling side little by little. But you can see that also in the country with very large population, it is possible to change the situation quite quickly when the state country makes the decisions and and financial efforts to make the change. What about environmental impacts of the waste management? We have done lots of research work in our university, how the environmental impacts can be reduced in municipal solid waste and other waste treatments. And here we have just one example of that. Also a case of Russia, St. Petersburg city in Russia, where landfilling is still the main treatment method nowadays. We have done so-called life cycle assessment, so assessing the environmental impacts from the generation of waste to all recycling and utilization and final disposal of the waste, calculating all the environmental impacts. And we had different scenarios where recycling was increased to even 35% of the generated waste, and incineration was part of the, or waste to energy was part of the solution. And here on the right side, we can see the impacts for the global warming potential, so the climate change impact. This first bar is the current situation, the real situation, and then these other bars represent the situation when we are increasing the recycling rate and the waste to energy rate, so that we can achieve really high reductions in the environmental impacts, not only in the climate change, but also fossil material utilization and eutrophication potential, acidification potential. We can reduce the environmental impacts drastically when we are reducing the landfilling, reducing emissions from landfill, and then we can avoid fossil energy, fossil fuels usage for energy purposes, and virgin materials usage for the material purposes. So this line here is the net impact of the net environmental impact, which you can see here. And we have published this kind of research in different scientific journals, like you can see here, and I have some later. Maybe you can see other examples of our publications. We have also had some Nigerian students in our university doing their master's thesis about or related to solid waste management. And thank you for this opportunity to give a presentation.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mika. That was an insightful presentation from Finland on the solid waste management, the use of landfills and recycling. Right away, we'll move on to the Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, ably headed by the GM, Dr. Dolapo Fashawe, ably represented by the Director, Monitoring, Compliance, and Enforcement, Mr. Kayode Bello. Sir, you have the floor.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I can see that you are looking tired somehow. I want to look you to be cheerful a little bit so that we'll be able to listen to what I'm going to tell you. Good afternoon once again. I'm here representing my able general manager, Dr. Adedola Fashawe, who is the general manager of LASEPA. She will have been here to present what I'm going to tell you personally. But due to some state exigency and what being given to her by Mr. Governor, she now directed me to come and represent her here. I hope you are going to take it the one. I'm going to give it to you here. Thank you very much. LASEPA They are now the custodian of environment. We monitor the environment, and then we are also the police of the environment, if you don't know. All industries in Lagos State are being monitored by LASEPA. And what we do is to make sure that we have zero tolerance to all forms of pollution in the environment, be it the land, the water, air, and noise pollution. And with all these things, they are all been taken from the Lagos Preventive Management and Protection Law of 2017, in conjunction with the team agenda of Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, under the second team, which is the health and environment. And with this team, we've been going and make sure that we have a sustainable environment in Lagos State. And what they are asking us to come and present here is Lagos recycling culture, a net zero approach. And it's for us to show what we have been able to achieve in LASEPA. The general manager is the first general manager, and she has done tremendously well. Let's clap for her. And also, the first presentation that I met here with Dr. Ujinitra, who has been with us for quite some years now in LASEPA, talks more about the circularity of the economy in Lagos State. So I'm not going to talk about circular economy, but I'm going to talk about some of the initiatives that LASEPA has been able to do to have the sustainability in Lagos State. And it's not only in Lagos State, but there's everything that happens in Lagos State is all over the country in terms of mission and everything that we have. So, as I said, we monitor all industries in the states. We know that when we industries that were I think the second most limited here in Lagos because of the waste they are emitting to the environment. So we carry out effective monitoring with them, and some of the initiatives that we have carried out stated here. All industries, all the wet industries in Lagos State, we have a mini effluent treatment plant. Why? The reason why is that most of the plants that we are manufacturing, the one products at the end, some of them are hazardous to the environment. So they need recycled reference. We are looking to have a monitoring, a mini treatment, effluent treatment plants to recycle their wastewater effluent. The reason why is that when they are now treating this wastewater effluent, and are now recycle it and use it to flush some of the activities that are doing in the facility. You can channel it to the toilet, flush the toilet. You can channel it to their garden, not their garden. And some of them that do it, what we do is that Mr. Governor has given approval to us. We have a state laboratory, which is the first certified laboratory in the world of Africa. We have some certificate. Before any effort can be into the environment, you have to come to the agency and we go and meet a public analyst, about the analysis to determine its regulatory activities. So any effort that is not discharged of the environment must be recycled or treated. Definitely, we are going to make sure that we sanction the industry. But before we just go for sanctioning, we make sure that we carry them out and discuss with them appropriately. Because talking all these things of the environment also plays a lot of environmental masses to the environment. And when Lagos State is done, to make sure that the efforts are being discharged considerably and meet the standard of the agency. Also, you can see the use oil and oil waste management also. When you go to mechanic villages, you will see a lot of them that this mechanic are down to rights. When they are going to service or remove used oil, service car, and release it on the floor. When they release most of these things on the floor, it's now fall in the soil, get populated and become into underground water, underground water. Social effect of this oil in the water also is adverse. And that is more reason why Nasaka, under the leadership of our general manager, we are getting this used oil in the mechanic villages. And we are doing some projection of some of our oil collectors. They come and power from the mechanic village. And they recycle it and use it to produce other oils like the and so on and so forth. This is part of the circular economy initiatives that we carried out too. Next. Also, production of biodegradable shopping bags. It is a very big problem for us. When we go to ShopRite, we buy milk, we buy fruits, we buy all sorts of things. And when we get out of the ShopRite, anymore, we have close to 120 bags, nylon bags with you. Now we go to dispose most of those things. At the end, when we remove some of the things that we have inside, we try to nylon bag on the floor. And that it's just moved into the work and damages. That's why we have a mission. That is one of the initiatives that we should have a shopping bag, no step pants. You can use the bag all the time. It's not necessarily mean that you should go to ShopRite. You are going to let us installation in ShopRite too. And that's how what we must bring back to what we're doing. What we're going to buy is that we carry it to yes, don't nylon bag again. To ShopRite. And we inside the shopping bag, inside that bags. Everything we are going to ensure that also working on the production of interlocking blocks from plastic bottles. We are going far on that. It's mixing it with small sand. We can make interlocking blocks. And it is even better than the one that is not in the cement. Because when we look at it sometimes, the flow of water definitely is into the ground. And next one, the connection with consultants. It's not the work from staff level, but we make sure that we appoint consultants, we appoint collectors, all these things for us. No, we are just please. That's exactly not. Yes. Let's start clean up. Some of our students are not about that collaborating together. Whether is here, Mr. Atawi is here, that is there. And worthless. We come out to work of sensitization and awareness program. We the use of plastics. Some of those plastic water is causing a lot of menace to the environment. But we now look at it now in a different town. We make sure that it doesn't affect the environment. We can stop production, but we are making sure that it is going to use so that and then we recycle it. When we recycle, we are going from the process that we use before that is possible not permission to the which is the middle economy. The economy is how to produce, use, and
And now, circular now, economy, you don't make use of it for other things. You can make use of those things for bags, you can make use to use it, you can use it for insurance, you can use it for so many things. Even some people are using those plastics. That like something to make yes now. So these are some of the things that we are using. Sustainability is very important to us. Sustainability is the most important thing. And that is more reason why we are going to disrupt. All the local governments, all the state and CDC, every one of them. It's not easy. Selling good. So we want to go to the grassroots and tell them in their own languages. So people don't understand what we're speaking there. We go to something there. About 5 or 6 local government carried out awareness and sensitization campaign. So what we do is that we let them we give them money. That kind of the children's office. Appointing the state government for that great initiatives. So some of the things that we are trying to do, and we are still going further, trying to do it in such a way that every will be benefited. The Donor Circular Economy Platform is for all the stakeholders beyond the state government. We have to come together, make sure that circular economy is effective in Lagos State. What's happening about 2 weeks ago? Mr. Tayo was there, I think Tiba was there, we are out there. Now we are working with the state government, Lagos circular economy aspects. All that Lagos State. When we see all the things that we can that can be used for different things. For example, when you look at the list, it's containing hazardous materials and useful materials. Hazardous materials, like the plastic of pressure or all those things, we use it. We cannot use it for some pack. That's it contains hazardous materials too. We can use it for other things. These are things that we have gone around. And we have to tell them that circular economy is what we are doing now. Let's forget about the member economy. God has done it for us before that. The circular economy with God. Believe that? As restoration of circular economy. Oxygen. Without carbon dioxide, the plants that we are to create that carbon dioxide to oxygen again. That's a circular result. So we are just talking about circular economy now. Circular economy is since we are created by God, but we don't look at it that way. Just sensation in respiration and synthesis. That's what we want circular economy. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank you for the partnership that we are having together with the University of Eastern Finland, the University of Cambridge, and we all started on the presentation of circular economy. For us to have the sustainability, we have to go along with effective sensitization and advocacy. We make sure that while we say information, education, and communication is very actively required for us to have and sustainable environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation we had there. These are some of the initiatives of LASEPA on circular economy and solid waste management in Lagos. Thank you very much. With that, we move quickly to Mr. Taiwo Adewale. Can you please project his presentation? He's a consultant to LOMA and a very solid player. He's a consultant to LOMA and to LASEPA, so we cannot have a roundtable of this nature without having him here. Mr. Dr. Taiwo Aderale has been very instrumental to this meeting, and in another 10 minutes, we'll be delivering a very insightful presentation on the recycling value chain in Lagos. Media, please. While the media is working on that, I'd like to respectfully welcome my head of department, Dr. Ajayi. Her being here is the reason why I'm here. You're most welcome, ma. Again, I'd like to properly celebrate the head of Department of Social Works, Professor Chinwe Uwana. Prof, we're glad to have you. You've been here all day and you're still here with us. We appreciate you. We appreciate all heads of departments and senior members of the university, our senior professors, colleagues who are online. We appreciate you. You've been online with us all day. Thank you very much for being a part of the Circular Economy Roundtable. The profile of Mr. Taiwo is as presented. We'll go straight into his presentation on wastenomics, turning waste liabilities to assets. You're welcome on board, sir.
Good afternoon all. So I decided to term my paper wastenomics because I'll be talking about economics, but see, I'm talking about waste. So that's why I have to call my wastenomics. I'm not talking about economics, but about waste. And everybody sees waste as liability. So I'm going to be talking about how can we convert this liability into asset, because when you teach economics, you talk about asset and liability. So my own main focus is on waste management. So just move quickly because I have 10 minutes. Yes, so definitely we know the more the population, the more the waste we generate. And as soon as I start generating these waste, you start looking at how do I transport them, how do I start this waste, how do I manage them and dispose them. Next slide. So, like I said, more the population, more the waste. Go back, continue, just move. Let me start. Move, next slide. So now, this was around 2018, 2009, when the company Provision Scale came to Lagos. Now, we don't want to do with the past anymore. We want to start managing the waste in Lagos. And if you look at this picture, the picture down, that's Vision Scale office right in front of the office. You can see the waste and that we want to manage the waste in Lagos. And that was how the company disrupted and arrangement lemma in place then. Continue. So this was what happened then because the company we're private sector, we can do away, manage the waste, let's manage the waste by the rest of the system. And then when the new administration came in 2019 and they said, look, you can't continue, you can't do away with the policy, and that's go back to the original labor plan. And one lemma is categorization, we have the medical waste, which is under the hospital waste. Next slide. We have the hospital waste, we have the hazardous waste next, then we have the e-waste. So all these were done by lemma, but the company that came and put this into consideration, we want to manage this in Lagos State. And we have years as far back as 2009 that made it mandatory and compulsory for every organization, every individual to segregate and separate their waste, hazardous waste, not only separating, but we have to have them. But most Nigeria, like at most Nigeria doing the best, like when you buy a soft drink, you just drink, like there's some instruction on that bottle, how you can recycle those bottles. So the same thing in the law, as far back as 2009, I made it mandatory for every organization, every asset to make sure to segregate their waste, not only segregating, but we should have them properly instead of just dumping them in the streets. So these are some of the sections in the law that make it mandatory. Next slide. I'm going to be looking at especially the recycling aspect with some testing. Next slide. Looking at this management in Lagos State, we understand we have a population of over 200 million, and this 200 million generates about 100,000 waste every single day. That's a monetary value on this 100,000 every day. That is around 4 billion naira. In this case, you separate organic waste, your plastic, your aluminum, your car. There's a market for each of these items, and you put monetary value on that. That's around 4 billion naira. And if you try that to Lagos State generates between 13 to 14,000 tons of every year. And we are putting monetary value on that in Lagos, so that's around 52 million naira every single day in Lagos, by 100 on the gun sites on the canal. And we keep on comparing opportunity, and that's why I say I have to tell my people with the next slide. Now, this is the plan for Lagos. You can see the two picture there. The second option is what the market are adopting. Not just only adopting it, but making sure we have access to it, because most people complain. I don't have space to keep 4 or 5 color-coded goods, but let's even start with food first. And before this, when Lagos State was to come up with the bag and the bag, let's start from the bag before moving to the thing. So you have the two things. For them, why the bin container your recyclable, your plastic, your nylon, your carton goes into the bin, and that is going to be picked up by the recycler, not like. So I'm going to look at some major plastic, the pure water sachet, the plastic, the aluminum and carton. Lagos State, we have a lot of collectors collecting this pure water sachet, nylon, and one of the major companies along the corridor, whereby this water sachet, and what do they do with them? Most like they collect them, take them to the factory, they wash them, and pack them and provide them to where to stop it. Most like so from this period, where we go to this is my product. From those water nylon, we do control. Just like my colleague, just like from the last man said, that short rights. The amount of nylon they push out every time is 2 million bags every single day. This yearly bag is 2 million bags is pushed out from short out every day. But some of these nylon are being collected and converted to produce other nylon. Now, the most common one is plastic bottles. Every single day you get water, you get soft drink. What happens? We just bring them and throw them away. So what we do is we go around, we collect these items and we separate them. Most of you noticed recently, Coca-Cola have changed their green bottle, the sprite bottle to clear bottle, because they listen to the recycler, we do the conversion and so on. So what we do is, at the facility, we collect these items, we separate them color by color, and we have the machine that computes them for the off-takers. That's like, so the off-taker collect them, and crunch time, we collect them to pellets, and collect them to what is called polyester fiber. And in Lagos State, we have much more than 10 companies, and the Chinese that collect those items, especially alcohol. They do polyester fiber, they produce mattress, they produce pillow, they produce carpets. And those products that we try here and there. And there's also a company called China Dragon. They collect this plastic bottle, they take them to China, write polyester fiber and produce women ribbon. Those are synthetic ribbon are made from this plastic bottle. And we forget this, every Nike forget dressing is made from some plastic bottles. So these are the items that just don't control. I'm sure most of them that wants to sell this informal waste collector, the waste pickers, every day see them pushing on this price. They're making a lot of money every day. And if we can do a simple calculation, for instance, if all those calculations come to your house, you give them 200 naira. Once you be able to go to 100 houses and 200 naira, that waste is collecting from you. Nobody better to ask, where are you taking this waste to? Your own result, my environment is clean. That waste we collect from you, we go to where we call an aggregation center, we move all the plastic, we move all the nylon, we sort out, and the more is to them, we don't them in the damage. So all those items they selected, the plastic, they sell them, the nylon, they sell them. For instance, a kilogram of plastic is around 15 naira per kilogram, nylon is around 10 naira per kilogram, aluminum can is around 1,000 naira per kilogram, and carton is around 8 naira. So after collecting the 200 naira from all 100 houses, that money is set aside. We sell the nylon, sell the carton, sell all those stuff, and then the bank is not even paying tax, it's not even paying for the space. I remember last year, December, I went to know some of those informal waste because already we started registration of them. So far in Lagos now, we registered about 2,700 of them. Informal sector, we are trying to register them. In fact, I even have a website whereby I can know where they are located in each local government. When I was speaking to one of them, he told me he came all the way from Medina, his house, now in Medina, from this waste business. And I told him this place I use, I will pay for it. He said, no, I have my best every January I go to North, then go to whether book cards for them, go to Marshall. So that's why you see most of them when the contract was there. See them picking valuables. They are picking money, they're not picking risk. I tell people what those guys are picking is money, is not risk. So that's why I said ways like that something to asset. So another one is aluminum count. This is the most expensive. In Lagos now, you buy aluminum between 800 to 1,000 per kilogram. It's converted to aluminum. Yes, next slide. But the last among them is carton. You buy your laptop, buy your carton of Indomie. As soon as you take out, you just show them the same item, you see collect in the bill and send to the optical that they don't have carton. And under the, I will go back. And once you buy some of the item, we always see the recycle sign under the carton to tell you this carton is produced from a recycled product. We have companies here in Nigeria. Next slide. Next slide. So now I'm just asking some person. Next slide. This is common in Lagos. Every weekend we have a party. And after the party, they take away the chair, they take away the party. This is just for one single event. Look at the number of parties and nylon collected. Now, this particular picture is a teacher, it's teaching in the school. Once the field is done, he has a strategy. All the fast food, all the restaurants around, the driver with his car, you can see the picture of his car. All the driver is making extra money. The father is teaching, so he's making extra money. So for this informal sector, what we try to do is to rebrand them. Get them registered, give them inform, and make sure they use recyclables. When we need to differentiate those that recyclable from those that just put away and dump into the canal. So you can imagine this volume, the way is just imagine this volume of plastic in the damage. I will keep on being the government. But meanwhile, like I said, I don't see this. What I see is money, because this is money, most like. And even at the collection center, you're in groups and women that come to do the sorting. You have to separate color by color, remove the color, remove the label, and we have the paying machine. This same machine contains the nylon, the carton, the aluminum, just one single paying machine. Then we move them into the truck to the optical. Next. All right. Lagos, we call the MRF, Material Recovery Facility, run by West Side Canadians along the road. This is whereby the machine is not about 100 tons. When the policy is that, but this particular facility, we have the machine that do that. So these are some of the use of optical. So for every single item I listed, we have optical from them. Lagos. Now, these are what some of the branding companies are doing, and I'm sure in Unilag we have some of these. There are some of the companies that need to take responsibility, and that's why they have to set up collection. And this is just a small calculation for those that want to look into the business, that want to start making the next slide. I have to list out some of the items, the cost. For the PET bottle, we buy a 60 per kilogram, your nylon, 80 naira, the aluminum, and the ones these are some of the costs. But recycling is kind of thing, and it has to do with logistics. And lastly, next slide. Like I keep on telling people, all the parties in Nigeria and Lagos state is dump site, not landfill. There is difference between a dump site and landfill. So that's why I have to show this picture. The picture above, you can see a proper landfill, whereby you don't see the waste, you don't smell the waste, but all the parties is called dump sites. Next. Yeah, this is what Lagos state is trying to do with emission dump sites. You can see they're trying to look at waste energy potential of that dump site. And if some of you remember some years ago, that dump site went on full. One site was not set on fire. It was because of the methane gas from the vibrates. And before you know, what Lagos state tried to do, why can't we take advantage of this gas? So that's why you can see some of this piping. And you can see, go back, you can see some of this piping here. And if this project is carried out successfully, and I know technically the state government cannot do it alone, but with the support of the private sector, we can even create enough electricity that can power the project all that down, even up to some data from the waste down, because the Olusosun dump site is one of the best in Africa, around 100,000 hectares of land. Next slide. So I like I think to get with these people. I work with those who are registered because in Lagos, they are what they call Association of Scrap Waste Picker of Lagos. They are registered, and the data does have about 3,700 of them. Thank you. I think that should be the last slide. Thank you very much.
Excellent presentation there. Let's give him another round of applause. Dr. Adewale, thank you so much. You took us through a journey, from the generation of waste and how from that, have you still seen that bottles as waste? How many of you still see waste and cartons as waste? You're taking us there. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we're going to have an insightful conversation after this panel. With this panel, I'd like to invite the Executive Secretary, Food, Beverages and Recycling Alliance, Mrs. Aresha Lucia Onagise. She'll be presenting to us, speaking to us quickly on sustainable recycling practice in Lagos. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here. And I also want to thank my previous panelists for making my job very easy, because they've actually done my presentation on sustainable recycling practices in Lagos State. But before I start, I want to talk a bit about the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance. Then I'll talk about the sustainable waste practices, hinging on mostly what Taiwo has said. Then I'll finalize with the factors that drive sustainable waste practices. So the first is about the FBRA. How many of us have heard about it, the FBRA, Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, before today? Just one? I need to do better. Okay. Okay. So thank God this is a 2-day event. Tomorrow we'll come with flyers to give more information, but I'll just try and summarize what we do. So the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance is a coalition of the food and beverage industry. Now tobacco industry has been included because it's considered as food in Nigeria. And it is set up to implement the extended producer responsibility, EPR. In previous presentations, a lot of us have heard about EPR. So EPR is a global concept where producers, manufacturers, converters are responsible for the life cycle of their products, because they make the product, we enjoy the content, but they need to be responsible to the end of use, the life cycle. And then in Nigeria, the model that has been adopted is the industry-led model. So as at today, we have 3 PROs, Producer Responsibility Organization. FBRO is one, focused on food and beverage sector. We have the e-waste one, EPRON. We have the battery waste, and then recently we had the tire waste. So we're set up in 2018 by 4 founding members, 4 multinationals that came together to start up. That was in 2018 in March. Whilst at today, we have 32 members. So food and beverage companies that have come together, including a tobacco company. And what we do is to ensure that we can enable the value chain to create the market so that we'll have a self-sustaining circular economy when it comes to packaging waste. And how can we achieve that? We do that in 3 ways. The first one is to enable the waste value chain focused on packaging. And first we started with PET bottles, companies that had PET bottles like the beverage companies. As at today, we also work with those that have Tetra Pak material, the flexible material, and other types of packaging material. We have different initiatives we have initiated during this period. We also work with over 19 collection partners across Nigeria because it's a national program. We have coverage in 10 states. We are also planning to expand more. And also we look out for initiatives that can drive the sector. Since inception, we have been able to support the collection and recovery of over 50,000 metric tons of recyclables that have been put to good use and have been recycled, like some of the initiatives that Taiwo spoke about. The second way we drive this is through policy drive. In terms of policy drive, we know when we talk about all this is a new sector, but if we don't have policy, enabling environment that can drive this, investment will not come in, and then we cannot also implement and enforce through an organization like LASEPA. We are regulated by NESRA, which is a regulatory authority from the Federal Ministry of Environment. And in terms of policy, I can speak on some of the policies that we have been able to influence and also drive. The first one, which is specific to this sector, apart from the EPRO guidelines we have, is the RPET standard. So RPET means recycled PET material. Now, as in Nigeria, in October 2019, an RPET standard was approved by Standard Organization of Nigeria for food contact application. When I spoke about the food and beverage sector, we know that most of the products have contact with food. So it's not just any type of packaging, it also needs to have the right standard, because you also want to ensure food safety for consumers like you and I when we take the product, it doesn't cause harm to us. So now there's a standard, and with that standard, that has been able to attract investment in that sector in terms of RPET, and I'll talk a bit about that later. The next one is the National Policy on Plastic Waste Management, which was approved in 2020 and is now being implemented in partnership with UNIDO. Then the third one, which is also recent, is the Plastic Waste Control Regulation. Plastic Waste Control Regulation is going to be a legal obligation for companies to be managing their plastic waste. So when you look at EPR, it gives a responsibility to producers, but it also gives a responsibility to consumers, like we have said today. So everyone has a responsibility. That plastic waste control regulation is currently being reviewed, and we're going to have the final validation in Abuja tomorrow. Then, because we're in Lagos, I also want to speak briefly on the Lagos State Plastic Waste Management. So that's also one of the policies to drive the circular economy within Lagos State. So if you look at all these policies, they serve as key drivers that can also move on the economy. Lastly, the way we also drive this is through advocacy. We're all in this room now. When someone speaks about circular economy, when someone speaks about recycling, we know what it means. But what happens when you live here? You come outside the gates of Unilag. Do people on the street know? They may not know. And who is going to bring that message to them? You and I have to bring that message to them. And that's one of the things we do. So we have a lot of community engagement programs. We have gone to over 100 communities across Nigeria. We've also gone to over 30 schools. We also realize that if we start teaching and imbibing this culture in children at a smaller age, it will also help them. Most of us heard about recycling when we're older. So those are the three ways that we also drive this. If you look at sustainable waste practices, I won't go deep into it, but Taiwo has talked a lot and has showed us a lot of pictures. But sustainable practices has to be driven by some major things. If you look at the PET, there are different applications, but for the food and beverage sector, what we want to drive is the RPET. How can we ensure that we put the same waste bottle that you have processed, you can put a content of it back into production? So what we're working with the producers to be able to also have like 20% recycled content, 10% recycled content, then that can increase. Because right now in Nigeria, we have 2 companies that have been set up to produce RPET, and there's also one company that is also almost set up. And if you look at the capacity of those companies, they have about 30,000 metric tons. And then who is going to offtake from them? It has to be the producers, the beverage companies that will also buy back from them to put as recycled content. So those are one of the initiatives we are driving. The second thing is we also want to ensure the quality of what goes into that production. That's why what we have talked about today, source segregation is very key. How do we separate from source so that the material will not get to the dump site, is intervened before then? And if you look at other challenges we have in that space, in sustainable waste practices, equipment and infrastructure. Do we have adequate equipment that can process this material? Even the ones Taiwo spoke about. It has a lot of capital that has to go into those equipment to be able to produce this. And then the infrastructure, do we have enough collection points across? Finally, I want to round up with the factors that can drive sustainable waste practices. The first one is the value chain integration. Taiwo spoke about the informal sector and the formal sector. What we have also done, we recently trained over 100 informal sector, equip them with tools, collection bags that they can start the business from that day. The next one is also market making. If there's a demand for the products, any of the end products Taiwo spoke about, to drive the collection. So we also need to ensure that we make the market grow. For example, someone in Nigeria is actually using breakage cartons to make poly boards that can be used for furniture, chairs, and other household things. If we can drive the market and people start using it, then there'll be more collection. The Wasaka director spoke about interlocking tiles. How many of us are using the plastic interlocking tiles? The more we create that market, there will be more demand, and this plastic will not be on the street. Research and development, and I'm happy we're in a research discussion. It is very key, and this is one of the gaps that we're having. We need to go into a lot of research. We need to start thinking about research on the way forward, and also localize any initiative that we hear, maybe from Finland. Let's see how it will work in Nigeria. Finally, I want to emphasize communication and advocacy. It's very key. There are different mediums of communication. There's a social media, there's community engagement, awareness creation, and also the traditional media. We need to do more in terms of that. A lot of people still do not know what we're speaking about. Finally, funding. Without money, all what we're talking about will not make sense. So funding is very important. I want to round up to say, at the end of the day, collaboration is key. The Research Institute cannot do it alone. The government cannot do it alone. The private sector cannot do it alone. The public sector cannot do it alone. We all need to work together, and we need to stop thinking in straight lines and start thinking in circles so that we'll have a circular economy. Thank you.
Excellent. Stop thinking in straight lines. Start thinking in circles. Looks like all these panelists should just be professors. Once again, let's give them a the first. We have done due diligence to everyone's presentation. Right now, we want to look at what slums, regeneration of slums to the circular economy looks like. At this point, I'd like to invite from Lasura, Mrs. Bomi Alubi. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here to see policy actors on the table. It's good that we're having this round table so that we know, exactly what to do. So, some of the panelists have talked about the, bridging the gap between the town and the gown. And in all that we've been discussing, circular economy, solid waste management, people are right at the center of what we're talking about. One of the panelists talked about those who do this waste picking and, those who do the dirty work, they're in the informal sector. And quite a number of them reside in the slum communities. So that is food for thought for us. And from the Lagos State Urban Renewal Agency, that is the arm of government that is responsible for slum communities in Lagos. And we are the custodian of the number of slum communities we have in Lagos. So if you hear it from anyone else, do not believe it except you hear it from Lasura. Many people have said, they've said quite a number of things to us. The whole of Lagos is a slum. We have 100, we have 400, we have 300. But I'm here to tell you that we've identified 167. We've profiled 45 of them, and we have mapped 26 as at now. We have our own parameters and what we use to measure those communities that we refer to as slum communities. We do not, yes, the United Nations standard is there, but you will agree with me that we need to go local. We're communal people, so you cannot say that if you have 2 to 3 persons in a room, that is overcrowding. So our family sizes are big and our household sizes are big. So it would be wrong to say that the whole of Lagos is a slum community. And so we've heard so much about I won't bore you with the figures about solid waste generation. As you know, Nigeria inclusive, most developing countries generate about 30 to 60% of waste, which remain uncollected. In all that we have said, there's a place for policy. It plays a vital role in, in regulating various actors' activities and strengthening the institution. Despite the significance of the regulation in solid waste collection policies targeting informal actors are actually missing. We've been told at this panel that a lot of them they belong to the informal sector. And I want to tell you that they reside in the slum there's a missing gap. We don't have, somebody said on this panel that about that they're not even being captured at all. So I had to reach out to Mr. Adewale to find out the status of these waste pickers, or those we call scavengers. And he's told us at this panel that they're at in the process, yes, of registering them. So we will no longer look at them as scavengers or poor people. They actually have money right at their fingertips. So yes, and I would like to let you know too that with the people in the slum communities, as an agency of government, our relationship with them has improved significantly in the last 3 to 4 years. In time past, the people were there and government was here. But now in Lasura, where we relate fully with those in the slum communities, and we're working together to see how we can better their lives. And one of these that we're talking about is where is the empowerment. And now, as I open, I'll take this news back to the agency. We have concentrated a lot on the slums, the water-based slums. Those, the Makoko area, there has been quite a number of interventions, bringing and building the fish smoking kiln for them and all of that. So now that we know that there's a lot of money in this solid waste generation, we will begin to look, we'll begin to look at that to see how we can help them, because efforts are on about concerning the WASH initiative in our communities, water, sanitation, and hygiene, and we will take this as part of the initiatives. We've heard about the efforts of LOMA, about sorting and recycling. So I'll just go straight to the way forward. So we will look at the nexus between the activities of the recyclers, the waste picking activities, and the slum communities. We know now that this can empower them and better their lives. So I know that we'll begin to look at this. And also the existence of the public-private partnership in solid waste collection services is a reflection of the informal inclined partnerships based on formal regulations. We have heard so much about the initiative on registration, what LASEPA is doing and what LOMA is doing. So what we need to do now is to ensure that there's a nexus between the informal actors, those in the informal sector, and what government is doing, the different initiatives that we have. And yes, already there's a lot of coordination and collaboration down this value chain. It may not be properly documented, but we know that there's something going on in the sector. So this just needs to be enhanced. So I would say that there's a need for diversification in regulation to cater for the needs of the multiple actors operating in dynamic processes and diverse contexts. In this context, the circular economy. So, so for me, we would, as the local authority or as the state authority, we would facilitate the development of more bylaws and policies that would encourage the activities of both formal and formal actors. And instead of criminalizing informal waste collection activities, we will ensure, I'm not just talking about we now as government, because this is a collaboration, private sector, public sector, the academia, will ensure that we do not criminalize them, the activities. We'll ensure that there's a clear coordinating and collaborating mechanism which should be established in the communities to further encourage participation in waste collection activities, including recycling of solid waste. This would ultimately improve the status of solid waste collection and informal settlements while enhancing the entire value chain. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fumi Alugmi. I'm so excited about your presentation because in the University of Lagos, the University of First Choice and the nation's pride, we have gone beyond researching in silos. It would interest you that this is a research effort between the University of Eastern Finland and the University of Lagos, but beyond having research in silos that end in the shelf, we have translated to transdisciplinary research that enable us to work with all stakeholders in the value chain. Seated in this panel, we have academics, we have industry from Finland, from Nigeria, we have private sector actors, we have policymakers, and so that whatever we come up with at the end of this would be exactly what works for our local community. That being said, I'm going to merge this panel with the last segment, which is the focus group discussion. Okay, and so our first group, because we're going to take questions and have very detailed interaction with this panel, and there are experts seated on the other side as well. And so we're going to go into the group together. But before I do that, I'd like to ask if there are comments, questions that you'd like this panel, members of the panel to take. I have my number 1, I have number 2, number 3, number 4. I'll take those 4 questions. There are microphones in the front of your table. Question number 1, sir.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies. Sorry, we're in Africa. My name is Engineer Kola Ademola Oshinuga. I'm a mechanical, electrical, plumbing, engineering consultant. And I want to commend the organizers of this event. It's quite an opportunity for me. Dr. Uduguni invited me, and I never knew it was going to be such an enlightening roundtable. I want, for Lagosians, I want to draw your mind back to one time that Julius Berger was working, constructing Agege Road. And why this story is to tell us the importance of what we're doing here today. Very, very critical. Let's not look at it from up there. Carbon emission, global warming. Let's come down. Now, with that road, I couldn't imagine as an engineer in construction industry how much money was in the preliminaries. Preliminaries in construction stuff that will support what are really meant to do. For instance, logistics, transportation, and so on. They cut away so much resource at what posted for when you have mosque, if anybody knows what I'm talking about, at after Alakara. Julius Berger cut away so much waste that they practically left construction of it, which was their main contract. And I started wondering, yes, it took them like the same time they were constructing that one to remove waste, because there's a market nearby. The amount of waste that comes from our market is tremendous. I want to commend Lena for whatever you are doing. I sometimes wonder how you could. When Sarah brought visual skill, suddenly, I want to thank Mr. Adewale, you did marvelously. Brought visual skill, and I just looked at it. I mean, you don't just change a winning team like that and brought food. They said the devil's law is better. I'm almost said the devil's law is better. And they said, now where the town is now. Let's come back to the third party things. I was talking to Dr. Bidini that look, for me, Mrs. Anagi says, can't we charge the users of these red bottles to add a little more in tax? I don't know how, if policymakers will find a way to do it. But add a little, because when we have the glass bottles to drink our Coke, they recycle. Why should somebody stop that or not encourage it? That we need to go to this thing that is giving us problem. If we go to any of our canals, the amount of is there, a third bottle, and then we're just getting what they call food packs. That one is even worse. Food packs are even worse. So please, can we people that are producing this item to pay a little tax to take care of Mr. Dewale and the cat pushers and whoever. Because when you come to my house to come and collect those stuff, my mother-in-law keeps those stuff plenty. And after taking what I can estimate at about, I don't know your figure again, I've not studied it. So much kilograms, she kept like a month, and they tell her that she has only 5,000 naira. Excuse me. I believe in very much, sir. Please, let's ask them so that we can comment to the people at the grassroots. If you can't give them whatever at investment, never do it. And you're going to continue with this problem.
Thank you, sir. Number 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Adesalu, acting HOD Department of Botany. And I'm also an environmentalist. I do lots of environmental consultation, EIA and all that. So I'm familiar with this. But my question is this. Can you hear me, sir? Okay. My question is this. During presentation, one of the panelists made mention of nylon bags that we are using and against to Omics. I don't know whether I get the name of the company. Thank you, Omics. But at the end of the day, they produce nylon again. They are collecting waste, something that is causing problem in our society, and produce something that is going to cause problem in the society. Why are we supporting that? That is my observation. So maybe they can do something that will reduce the waste because they are taking small quantity of waste from the society and they are bringing more larger. Because even in the University of Lagos, we have to buy that black nylon waste bags. And you know that some of the waste bags that is being produced now are not strong enough. So by the time you are putting outside, the waste are out there. That is one observation. If there's anything that can be done, that what they are going to produce will be more better than what they are being taken to the environment.
Thank you.
That will add value. The second one, I'm so sorry about that. The second one is about the first presenter that talk about recycled and non-recycled, talk about 18%. What are we putting in place to increase the number of percentage of those recycled waste that we'll be having in our environment? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Number 3, Dr. Schuttenberg.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Adebu Igashutimo from Department of Building. Well, I have a number of questions here that I would like to relay out. Number 1 is how or what plans are on ground, this is for Loma now, to carry along the citizenry who do not have the culture of waste management. Now, you've talked a little about it, but I want you to expatiate on that. And also, is the agency employing the instrument of research well enough to improve or enhance the models that you talked about, both at the back end and at the front end? Okay, and also, there is something I'm taking away from Finland, the woman that presented. He said they have 70,000 calls annually. Now, we have numbers here, but when you call them, they don't go, they don't work. So how do you improve that? For them to have 70,000 calls and they respond to them, how are we going to uptake that into our own system here? Whereby when people call, they will respond, okay? Again, then the attitude of the operatives, the PSP operatives, they have this kind of attitude. How do you work on them to have a customer-friendly attitude? We know, yeah, waste is money, but those people still see, the community see it the other way. We look less on them, and so they react to that through that. So how do we work on that so that we have a friendly association? Then, Doctor there, the engineer they talked about incentives. I remember back then in the 80s, our parents used to collect bottles, as in the glass bottles, and they sell them. Even to the beverage industry, they sell them, they make good money. But now you have a kilogram of all those things and they literally worth less. Because look at him now, he said his mother-in-law collected served for 1 month, and he's only being asked to pay to collect 5,000.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shotumbo.
Okay, then we need to make the market, just like what she said, maybe one of the ladies, the market must come to the direct users. The market must, we must make it accessible to everybody, not just one company in Ikorodu that we don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, number 4. Very quickly, 30 seconds. There's a number 4, you're 5.
My name is Daniel Adiagbo. So my question is on decentralizing waste management. Can we make it a community-based and circular economy infrastructure? That is, every community is being profiled and being mapped, and there's a upcycling and recycling facilities so that you can minimize the logistics around waste management.
Thank you very much. Excellent question. Number 5, please.
I'm Oluwatoyin Fatunsi of Chemistry Department. I'm into environmental chemistry. I want to ask, when he was talking, he talked about reducing the use and elongating the life span of whatever we use. I want to say that can't we tackle this thing from the policy angle first and foremost? So there should be laws about going to market with your bags. I remember as a small girl, our mother used to keep bags at home, which we used to market. So there may be all bags, as in all people should, if you go to the supermarket or normal market, they should not sell things and give us complimentary bags. Any bag we take there, we should be paid for, just as done in the UK as at today. So no bag should be given as complimentary bag anymore, policy level. And so any bag you get in the market, you paid for it, unlike what is currently applicable. Can there be policies to return us back to the use of more bottles, glass bottles, and less PET bottles? There used to be before, there were not too many PET bottles, but now with the advent of so much PET bottle drinks, everywhere is a problem. Can we do less PET bottles, or there should be more?
Thank you very much.
For PET bottles and less for glass bottles. So that will encourage. I think we should work on our policies first and foremost. That will reduce. Well, let's give all lessons.
Thank you, Doc. Number 6, Prof.
Thank you very much. I evaluated the community service sentencing in Lagos State, and we found out that most of the people that were arrested were because they committed one offense about environment or the other. And they were saying that most of them didn't know about the laws. So one of my recommendations is that they should make more of sensitization programs, not just when they make law, we didn't do it. You see, last time task force, they are there arresting them. We need more of orientation so that people will now get to know. And when I went to France in last year, I found that in every home, there are different bins. So we can start from there. He said something about educating the primary school. Yes, socialization from birth is okay, so that even within the home, a child should know that, oh, this bin is for this is for this, and not throw trashes anyhow. Thank you very much.
Very much, Prof. Number 7.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Olanike Braimo, and I'm a microbiologist. I'm into bioconversion of waste to value-added products using microorganisms. First, I'm concerned about the so-called scavengers. I think the government should do something to help them, because when I see them scavenging, maybe because I'm a microbiologist, with their bare hands, no nose mark, no kits. I mean, they are dying gradually. So something should be done about them. I mean, we should not be selfish. They don't know, most of them. Most of them do not know that what they are doing is killing them gradually. So there should be rule and regulation as per who is going to do. This is a job. Now, you don't think when you see people on the waste bin or touching waste bin, don't think they are poor. Yeah, some of them are poor, but not all of them are poor. But for people, I will see them eating in this vehicle truck, carrying. They will be eating and drinking water with their bare hands there. I mean, please, we should. The government people should do something about it, about their health. And they should provide a way of checking them, maybe twice a year. That's one. Two, I'm sorry, it seems I'm hitting the policymakers hard this morning. Permit me if it's prepared that way. If we're going to stop PET bottles and sachet water, then we should provide water that is portable for the populace. You don't say people should stop using PET bottles and then you are not giving them alternatives. So before you make that policy, then have something in place. Not the water we have now, whereby I will open my tap and I see a lot of rusted irons. I see maggots. I see earthworm coming out. And you are telling us not to buy pure water. When I was very small, the pure water, the nylon water, 1 naira. Only modernized it into sachet water. So what do you expect the citizens to do? What you do not give them water, potable water, and then you want to charge the people producing PET bottles. Rather than charging them more, you should find a way of preventing or asking them to prevent pollution, and then proper collection, and then recycling like we are doing now. And there are better methods than having PET bottles being rolled out, which I'm not going to say publicly. Then, I want to speak for the researchers. We are here. I can see that most of the recycling are being done in crude ways without proper research. When you say that you are going green, what is the measure that you use? What equipment did you use to measure that carbon is being reduced? When you collect bottles and then you shred them or you melt them and you use them to make bags, in the industry where you are using to melt, what did you use to measure that the carbon print, or sometimes you even release more carbon into the atmosphere? We have a lot of softwares now, and I can introduce you to some of them, whereby you tell them holistically and truthfully what you do in your industries. And as you are saying it, they record it. You can record it yourself, and they will calculate your carbon footprint for you. So if there is any process along the line that is releasing carbon and other gases into the air, it will tell you, it will show red. Then you can do something about it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brano. Excellent conversation there. We have one last question. One last question, please.
Okay. Mine is not a question. My name is Dr. Femi Idowu Adegoke. I'm the president of Lagos Recyclers Association. We talk about different R's. But I want to charge all of us in this room to take what I call the biggest R, which is taking responsibility. We all generate waste, but we don't want to live with it, and we don't want to take responsibility. Everybody wants it taken away, but you generate it. So the responsibility is actually should start from us. And what am I talking about? Great order and attitudinal change. Waste is not the problem. We are the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that comment. In 1 minute, I'd like everyone on the panel to react to the questions. I'll give Norma 2 or 3 minutes because a lot of questions came to Norma. I hope we were able to capture them. Thank you, Dr. Femi. Norma, you have the floor.
Let me start from the rule. Thank you, Doc. When we began our waste to energy, we attempted to collaborate with Unilag Consults, and we got a long way, but the bill was so high. We had to turn to LASU and FUNAP. I'm a doctorate degree holder, and I don't believe in, throwing data all about and doing things that will affect my integrity, my pedigree in waste management. So, as you introduce yourself, what came to my mind was that we have seen somebody who would have to incorporate into our waste biofuel production from waste team. So we'll come for you, man. I'm sure you'll be there for us, man. Exactly. That's why we need you, man. Work for us. Thank you very much, man. Then on PET, let me ask this. All of us that stay here today slept on plastic bags that is made from polyurethane, nylon 16, polyamide. Am I correct? You brush your teeth this morning with a toothbrush that is made from acrylonitrile. And also your toothpaste came in plastic tubes. Good. You bath in a shower that the water was delivered from a PVC pipe. Even if you are not in shower, you bath with a bucket that was made of plastic. Nobody bath in the stream or river here this morning. And then when you go to car, maybe come to work, either your car or Danfo has plastic tires and chairs. So the thing is that when you look at the whole life cycle in a day, about 80% of our engagement is with plastics. So don't let somebody deceive you like she has said. You cannot ban plastics completely overnight. There must be systems. I know we've traveled a lot. We see that now when you go to shopping malls, they said you want bag. If you say yes, you pay for it. If you don't want bag, you remove your. But we know that when it comes to our own side, we have to domesticate it. Somebody say, oh, we are going to ban plastics from ShopRite. I know there will be issues, but we'll cross it. I can just imagine somebody hiding his bag in his pocket to enter ShopRite. So we will do that, but it's going to be on gradual basis. Then beans. We know that anywhere in the world, 4 beans, 2 beans, bean is the beginning of proper waste management. In fact, if we have been able to succeed to give beans to everybody, even the waste that come to the road on daily basis will reduce. And that's why we have started with the beans. I've explained so much on bean. And thank God I will show the pictures of the bean. When VisionScape came, VisionScape lacked capacity. They had the idea. But they leave some of us that was born and brought up in Lagos West. And then they brought something from UK, from Dubai, and they could not domesticate it. And the whole thing was, but when you look at the idea, it could work in other places. Thank you, Prof. He said Lagos is number 1. I agree with you. 1 more minute. Last year, 2 years ago, Lagos State sent me to a state in the Southeast as the CEO of the State Waste Management Agency. And I can tell you when I arrived, the first thing the governor told me that replicate what Loma did in Lagos in this state. So Lagos State is always number 1. Can we put our hands together for Lagos State? The policies and law. Who among us here have read the national policy on solid waste management? You read it. I know the academia, you've read it. Thank you very much. You see, what we want to do with Lagos State plastic waste policy, which is about to come out, is to domesticate what it has been approved already and add what is peculiar to us. So when that policy comes out, so many questions you ask here is already in that policy. A little bit patient. Before the end of the year, the policy will be out. Thank you. Community waste management to reduce logistics problem. Yeah, I agree with you. But we'll do it in another form. If you put bin in a community now, everybody will dump it. Some people will come from Ogun State and dump it, and then it will be beyond the capacity to handle. So we prefer each household to have a bin so that the PSP can come to your house and collect it. The collection might be very, very irregular, and the coverage might not be as expected. But don't forget that London, US and all that, they have been on this thing for over 300 years. But we just started some 20 years ago, and I'm sure we'll get there. I traveled to so many countries in the world. 2 weeks ago, I was in Germany to copy the digitization to Lagos. Some people have been in US. We will do these things small. We can't do it overnight. You see.
Thank you very much, Director Loma. Are you happy with the things you have said? Please give him a round of applause. I'd like for the other panelists to react, but I'm merging this conversation with the focus group discussion, and we'll just have a little tweak. We've been sitting for some time. If you are in the plastic, PET bottles, polythene, metal, alloy, fiber, municipal waste, and agri waste sector, if that is what interests you, please just move and say hello to someone. Are you in my team? And move over here. While if you are in paper, construction, medical, facility management, industrial, construction waste, say hi to someone and move over here. We're merging and closing out in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Please stand up and do this exercise. Yes, you stay here and you stay here, you answer questions and then you join them for some discussion. Please join your departments. Plastics, nylon, PET bottle, agriculture. Say hi to someone, meet someone in your space and come over here. If that is the sector you operate, come here. Paper, construction, medical, facility management, please come over here. Construction here. I won't let you know. Now, sir. First of construction wants to go to work, so I will know where to go. That is here now. That is here. You want resource space, you want sectors this way, please. That is this way. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. 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 You have the groupings and program of events. Please come over here. This way. Yes, all this way. Because the panelists in your segment should be speaking to you. Dr. Adeloko, you have made something to happen here. You show the prices of net of big batteries and everything is going there. At least you have made. We've been sitting for about an hour. Batteries can spill over here. Construction, fabric here. Construction, paper, facility management, industrial waste, this way. This way. This way. That's this way, paper. Please. Paper, construction. Let's sit here. The solid, the plastics and agri have filled up here, so let's segregate this way. We'll take the rest of the comments now. Did you have a list? She just said the discussed and others. All right, thank you very much. I'd like to take comments from Musa. Okay. I just want to react to some of the questions, especially the question raised by we are taking on the questions now. So I just want to react to some of the questions, especially the one raised by Engineer Paula Ademola. One house, please. We are what we call the green tax. One house, please, before the Buhari administration left office, he signed the green tax, which was looking at 10% tax on plastics.
But when this new administration came in, because of the issue of fuel subsidy, we have to raise that tax. So there's a tax already on plastic, which is around, I think, 10% for every plastic. But because of the subsidy issue, this present administration has to raise it. It's called the green tax. When we talk about the nylon, not only that, we have some exhibition outside there. You need to see some of them. There's a day show that uses bag and shoe from Catalan. Some of them are outside there, you can see. We also have somebody that produces interlock from nylon. You can see some of the samples that are outside there. And when we are talking about the styrofoam, there's a company called USAF. They now buy this styrofoam. One has this styrofoam, they buy them at rate of 69 naira per kilogram. This styrofoam I'm talking about, there's a market for it, there's a demand for it now. There's a company called Recycle at the Canada. They run Lagos to buy all those takeaway parts, and they take them to USAF, and they provide them to chemicals, even them. Those takeaway parts. And there's also a company also to set up a very close to Tango to the refinery to say they can get this styrofoam, convert them to chemical, and sell to the refinery. So there's a lot of competitors there. We also talk about costs. For instance, I have this particular lady that's becoming a Mr. Taro. I have some plastic for you. Or I need money for my plastic. And I said, okay, where are you? Can you bring this plastic to my facility? We want to charter a pass, and the boss said, I'm going to charge you 3,000 naira to take this plastic down. When she got to my facility, after scaling the plastic, is 1,000 naira. And meanwhile, the transport, of course, so in solving this problem, one of them said was to come up with an app. There's an app now called the Packham app. And apart from that, there's also some other apps to come around, about 3 or 4 apps now coming up. You don't even need to leave your house. You just the way you book for your Uber, just go to the app, book, have some recyclables, and the nearest recyclers closer to you will come to you to pick up that item, so cutting off the cost of logistics. And lastly, we talk about the waste pickers. Yes, we're trying to formalize the waste pickers, we're trying to improve them, and that's why we started going about getting our data, getting our information on how they could on their services. I think that is just a little ad.
Okay. I want to make a few comments and reactions to the questions that were raised. The first thing I want to say is that sustainable waste management in Nigeria is an evolving economy, and so is a journey. We keep referring to other countries, Europe, they've been on it for years. Let's work together and make it work. The song mentioned the tax to the producers. Yes. You are saying the tax to the producers. We talked about EPR. The EPR program we are running with 32 members is like a tax because they are paying money based on what they put out in the market. And that money is used to fund all the activities. So we're talking about tax. Tax, we also have a burden on us consumers. Let's be ready for it. It will have a burden on us consumers to even buy the product. Because if the tax, for example, the green tax is meant to put a price on the product so that they can use it to recycle or take back the material. The EPRO program is for take back so that producers can take back that packaging. So these things are already existing, but it's being implemented slowly. We talked about policies. Most of the things, the elements we mentioned that are gaps in the policy already exist. If you go to NESDA website, they have over 37 policies. During my presentation, I spoke about 4 policies that are current. How many of us know about the policy? The recent regulation on plastic waste control has a ban on some type of single-use plastics. But then the key question, like Professor said, is what are the alternatives? Now there's a lot of research, and I spoke about research and development going on, even with the companies. The national policy on plastic waste management is saying that companies need to start using sustainable packaging. The packaging has to be recyclable or biodegradable. They have 5 criteria they put. Now, a lot of companies are going into research. That's why you are seeing changes in the kind of packaging we are seeing. 30 seconds. It's changing from green to clear bottle. Nestle is changing their straws to paper straws. A lot is being done because they also need to test for food safety. So sometimes these things take time, but we don't know that these things are happening. Incentives. Someone talked about incentive. The incentives are there, but they are very small. Why are they small? Because there's no market. So when I talked about market making, if there's a market for the end product, it will drive the incentive to be higher. If we're buying recycled product, now we have some upcycling material there or products there. They're expensive. But if more people buy them, that means more people will be able to collect and then the incentive will increase. The final one is the waste pickers. A lot of efforts are being done apart from the registration. For us personally, we have been engaged with initiative where we have trained over 3,000 waste pickers. We went to the dump site. I'm a health and safety specialist, so I went to dump site, taught them about health and safety, what they need, but also someone needs to also fund on the PPEs. And we are also trying to change their mindset. These people have been working like this for a long time. Dr. Femi spoke about behavioral change. So it takes time, and there's a lot that is going on.
Thank you very much.
Together to make sure it works.
I said some of them should just become, can we give them, maybe my vice chancellor will do this. Thank you very much, madam. Now, at this point, we're going to focus group discussions. If you look at the program, we have two major groups. The two groups will be discussing concurrently. There will be attendance. So if you're interested in the plastic PET bottles, you put your name. If you're interested in the agri, you put your name down. But there are two core questions that we want these focus groups to deliberate on and come up with solutions to. The first question, how do we create sustainable recycle culture in Lagos in the next 10 years? How? What do you think? How do we create sustainable recycling culture in Lagos in the next 10 years? From our deliberations, we have seen that it is not what would happen with the blink of an eye. How do we entrench it into our culture? Question number 2, seated in each cluster, we have various actors across value chain. What value chain approach will be most effective? Let's see how in each group we do justice to this. On this group 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, we have Dr. Shotumbo anchoring that group. On the group 1, 2, 3, 4, on this group, we have Dr. Adelokpo and Dr. Adelokpo, please, on this side. We have Dr. Akinkumi also on that group. Dr. Faremi on this group. Okay, so you have to either release yourself or release Dr. Akinkumi here to cover the conversation in group 1. We would like our panelists to please join the groups that interest you the most and drive the conversation along. Please, please, moderators of each group can sit in front or sit around. But at the end of this conversation, I need a report. What is your consensus answer to those 2 questions? Thank you. 10 minutes, please. 10 minutes.
Number one, number five, number patients. I want to see very, very bullet side in our
for example, my community, and it's a bungalow, and we are all paying for it and riding on. Maybe 6,000 to start with. Now, it will be efforts for me to start with, okay? And once I get it, as a whole, you're picking anything, but this are all this are waste department, and these are cartons. So that extra effort that I sorted out, I get some discount from Loma. So you are charging everybody 60,000 per time. When you come to my I sorted, yes, then I should get some discount for that. Okay, then you see, whatever we're talking about is new. Yeah. And for new things, for those of us who are for those of us who are old, we are already like what they call a daddy dead. Yeah, yeah, it's not going to be easy for us. So yeah, so the secondary school, yeah, purchase, yeah, the private, yeah, so secondary, yeah, form the way every economic club, yeah, knowledge, the economic club, yeah, where we now teach those children that and not and adapt to what they're saying now. For me, yeah, I'll just do the drop it in the school. Yeah, I say no, that yeah, we have where your paper to be here, you know. So and those children today are very good. Yeah, they tell you that is yeah, looking and that takes place. Yes. In fact, the forest will be sometimes. So and thank God for that. So if we can teach them from young, then we are the ones that will bring us to speed on this system that we both are able to. So
how going to be done is that we have to look at the backward and forward. What I've seen is that people are concentrated more on forward integration, trying to get value. But I said the body of knowledge needs to establish a knowledge base around which well. That is because what you cannot measure, you cannot measure. But even if you want to measure, understanding, right understanding, I think the body of knowledge needs to come into perspective. Then it's going to affect curriculum, curriculum evaluation. And the curriculum evaluation takes 3 steps. We have primary intervention, we have secondary intervention, we have tertiary intervention. Before we now build the market, which we're talking about informal and formal education. And when we now need to begin to look at what is the channel of communication we have in the public so that we do so. We know now that we look at it now. Local government is there. Local government that will give autonomy. Then from local government, we come to our CDA. From CDA, we go to CDC. From CDC, we go to what level. I think we need to begin to talk of sustainability champion. Because see the conceptual approach of design, I've seen today up to today, but I've been an engineer for more than 30 years. You understand? There's not involvement of sustainability concept. You find that because if conceptual approach, you don't have sustainability concept, it means what at the end of your plan, we still lack, we still fall short of sustainability issues. So I think conceptually, professionals need to come to the real understanding of integrating sustainability concept in and in conceptually. I'm not talking when you go to that. When you are doing your design, you need a complete sustainability concept and a conceptual approach. Because with that, it will inform your specification, it will inform your material specification, it will inform the characteristic of the material you are putting into it. You understand? Then it will even have an idea of what we call life asset cycle management. Because people just, when you see a lot of bills are inflationary, just inflationary trend. Most people put a lot of people that cannot justify. Most people are, look, we have a feeling, we are making a proposal, there is a concept, there's a mainframe, but what what is the fundamental that drives it? It's the body of knowledge. Sorry, I belong to the body of knowledge. We're not working. We sit down, we read, we do everything. What is the value of our reading and research? Because Silicon Valley, they drive a lot of industrial revolution. Nigeria, where can we produce them? What is the problem? What is the PhD doing? That's why most of the time I don't put PhD in my name now. I think my name is Kenny. But what I'm saying is that we need to come to a real point that what we have been doing, what we have concentrated effort on the forward integration. Look, backward integration is there, and it's not like if you bury something, it will fall over you. What is that mean to put up the dumpster you begin to carry it to? Go to every house you have in Lagos now. You will see gutter. In your gutter, the gutter, is it clean?
And that takes us to the, if I thank for your contribution, and that takes us to the second question. Because you see, you've spoken about the fact that we have the local government level, and I know that even for construction, the local government will come and give you stacking permit, for example. The moment you get the stacking permit, you can equally stack your aggregates on the drainage, because you are paid for the stacking permit. So that's another problem. So how do we now, what approach, what value chain approach do we think can be most effective? Because now when we talk about circularity, the truth of the matter is that there are different players at different levels, right? Because it's beyond either the contractor or the client. The client will always be the contractor will always be the contractor. But the framework for implementation, the framework for effectiveness, the framework for driving the entire value chain, how do we achieve that? Because you've said so many things. The place of data, we are yet to get to the point of placing value on data. You know, so many things have been done. The people in plastic, I don't know those that are making advocacy, but advocacy with respect to plastic in other areas, especially with respect to the ocean, it's at the forefront. It's as if plastics and ocean is the only thing. You understand? I was somewhere last year at the World Economic Forum today, and we were just talking about plastic. I said, in construction, we generate more plastic waste than the one that is a threat to the fish that we are talking about. But we don't have data for it. So what value chain proposition can we conceptualize from here that can actually make the whole of this circular economy going forward effective? So we need contribution. Yes, sir.
Well, I would rather look at it. I believe that if you want to build a house, you need a foundation. After building the show, you need a pillar to Let's go down to factors of production. What do we need? Because we can only build value chain around the factors of production, which form the basis. We all know about material. We can build a lot of value chain about material specification. And that is that into research. Material specification, composition, the strength of the material, the changes to climatic condition, and also the first major issue that happen. And that goal should be sectorized. Sectorized, you have plastic, you have paper, you have all the, you see, material is the generic. But material, I can even calculate into 15 layers. And that multi-layer was that its own policy specific because of that material characteristic. That's why I said I will build my own on fundamental. I don't begin to complicate issues. Material management is super soft. How much of material are we managing? They say, but the only thing I hear is 40, 40,000. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. You understand? But they don't do that. No. Then secondly, I will finish that. Secondly, after that, we talk of the funding. How do you begin to evaluate the lifestyle cost that's involved in doing it? When people give quotation, they only give quotation in the lifespan of the project. What happened with post-construction? What happened to it? A lot of values need to be involved when it comes to actually costing many of them, costing at times. Fundamental that job. Is it, I don't know that, because most fundamentals are within the contract lifespan. And the contract lifespan, your contract becomes more, even some of this. Do you ask me, what is the lifespan of building in Nigeria? Lifespan of building in Nigeria is 10 to 15 years. We see it depreciating. Whereas from building that visited in South Africa, say 50 years. We talk about material, who supply the material. Then the question is, when it comes to material, what local content are we having? Do you know most of the material they use? The local content comes from Nigeria. They just get it done and pack it and bring it again, almost 3 times the cost. So I said we should build value. Then in that, the manpower, human capacity. I will continue to insult the body of knowledge. So I belong to you.
Yeah.
This human capacity is too elitist. Yeah. You speak too many English. Yeah. You speak too many models that can be adapted in our mainframe. Yeah. What? In Chinese, the Maureen, I go to school. You understand? Yeah. Your English is too much. Yeah. Because people who don't even have money have so much money, you understand? And they import them. That go today bring 11,000. And you're still speaking English. So I think the body of knowledge need to come to adapt a simple level of communication. Yeah. So that too, because it is what you hear, you understand, you can respond to. I think most of the paper presentation we speak when English, people clap for you. At the end of the day, I can tell you that when you do paper presentation, people clap for you. Please don't be happy. I do a lot of facilitation. Don't be happy. Yes. You know what you need to do is let's create a workbook and get the feedback from them. You see now that many people are not getting anything. Yeah. So that is communication. Then the last pillar I'm talking about is technology. Yeah. How do you know the right technology are going to use? A lot of other people have imported so many things that is doing trial and testing. Yeah. Can you imagine you want to do sensor? You spend 2 billion on something. When I look at indigenous control that for itself, I can adapt them to our circumstances. Yeah. So what are we doing? So I blame all of us here. We speak too many English. Is our English working? Not working.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. You raised your hand. Okay. Okay. I think we need to actually try to pass where we can be part of from. Where we will from. Now, when the government wanted to do different things, they were doing from house to house. Yeah. Yeah. How? Yeah. 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 Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. 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 All right, thank you. Yes, sir. The policymaker the other time was talking about was saying you to I don't know why she was doing just a lot of people are not that when they get all this, they give them
So I don't know whether the scope of government can do something about you mentioned this, maybe they can subsidize. I don't know how they can partner with. At least we have enough space where we can better and push this thing.
That's decentralization of recycling stations and
That's
so, well, I think another thing is before another thing that can actually make us have a value chain approach is the issue of this decentralization and investment in technology to make sure that recycling takes place. Because even on our side, you know that all these our concrete waste, all these rubble, they can actually be recycled. Most likely, but by the time you get the external work, you've generated about maybe 70% of your waste. And that external work, usually you want to pay, you want to do all of those things, you still go and bring in new additives. Meanwhile, that is an all-in idea. If you can only be cross, you understand, for that purpose. But because we don't really have facility for those kind of things to take place on site. For example, to cross those ideas now, recycle them to all-in additives that in this case you only need cement, you understand, and water. So now to save you that cost. So I think the issue of decentralization.
1 minute more. It's getting more interesting. We'll have more time tomorrow in the focus group sections. Let's round up, please.
The most important question is, how does it go back to the environment? The most important thing is, when it's going back to the environment, if you go back to the environment in such a manner, in such a way that it doesn't constitute nuisance or become, a threat to the environment. That is one of the central aims of circularity. So if we can achieve that, of course, in the construction industry,
challenge with that is the fact that the end over the world, they don't want to set there. But the difference between us and Europeans that's
continuous idea to that environment. We want to recommend that all suggestions we are putting forward should be done localized, looking at each peculiarity. If not, it will just be a gamble that people will do and just say, no, it cannot work. And like we have all said, no solution fits all. And everybody must work in circles and not in linear, so that we can be circular and have a result. See, or what, or see, one of the issues we have in Nigeria, one of the issues we have in Nigeria is that we take government apart, we take citizens apart. The government itself needs to be taken into account, but most of the time they know how to get at us. They will just get at us and use ourselves against ourselves.
Water supply and all that. Some of our whatever they do. I don't think that. I think with one major challenge, we are not looking at that's you. Right of most of our waste, and people not basically I want to have. Please let me have your attention. Please let me have your attention. I'd like for us to wrap up. We'll be back here to close out this conversation tomorrow. Let's begin to wrap up in our groups. Thank you.
We need to round off now. We need to round off now. The issue of waste segregation is a whole topic on its own. Example from his own point. We have also gone to an estate, introduced a double bin, a triple bin, and they are varying results. There must be a common understanding of where do you want to deploy what. And it is on that basis that you cascade one after the other. It has also worked. Even in the UK, where you have separate, if you disrupt it once, it takes a lot of time for reorientation. So if people are suffering, they don't have water, they don't have a system to work, you can't just be isolating and you'll be talking about only waste, because it's a communal thing. People will just say, why are you talking about this? You will say you will see my house because I don't have 2 bins. Let's see how it goes. So, but the bottom line now is that we've gotten a lot of ideas. We'll sit down and pilot it based on the target of 10 years. And we hope that the communique will move out of the discussion. Thank you.
I have an interest in those scavengers. We should do something. The scavengers, the way you are saying.
We'll continue this conversation where we have the waterfall. We'd like to take pictures there. Let's come for pictures. We want to take pictures. Group picture out here. Yes, we have to from ground using recycled products. What they have actually done, I'm talking, the exhibition outside at the reception. We have exhibition. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to have a very results for today. We had our Christian brethren pray for us when we started. I'd like Dr. Adeleke to close us out in prayers.
I want to thank God for his opportunity today. We appreciate the healthy discussion. We know we are trying to change the course of action, and we cannot do it all alone except by you. We seek your assistance as we want to change the linear economy in Nigeria to circular economy. As we depart today, we hope we will converge with happiness and joy tomorrow. Our sojourn in life will be easier for us. Our effort as making ends meet will be propagated higher than exponential returns. And at the end of the day, the University of First Choice and the nation's pride will be greater than it is now. And this collaboration will work stronger, and will bring a lot of food for all of us and Nigeria, Lagos as a whole. Thank you.
So the waterfall, will take group pictures there, please. Then we'll have lunch and we'll converge tomorrow by 10 a.m. Tomorrow we'll be going for industry tour as well. We'll be going to see practically what people are doing with waste. Remember,